Welcome to the stream, ninjas. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I want to see those O slashes in the goddamn sky. I just got back off a plane pretty much, and I am here still going hard in the paint, goddammit. So I want to see you guys go crazy. All right? Let me go ahead and get this view counter up real quick for you, ninjas. Sorry that I'm a little bit late, by the way, guys, because as you guys know, I literally just got off the plane. Like a little burrito. And here we are. We're still going live at 5, okay? Still going live at 5. So I'm going to rewind this goddamn thing, all right? We're going to stop and rewind this. All right, get right back to it, goddammit, all right? This shit lit. What time it is? Let's go! Oh, slash this bitch! Streaming star, let's go, baby! From Austin all the way back to Miami, we're still on air. Let's go! The Great Awakening is here. People are waking up all over the place. And we're the fucking alarm clock. Let's go, niggas! Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I was off air for a day, but we're back in it. You know, literally get off the plane, grind right back to it. So here we are. Happy to be back, though. I need to move this camera a little bit. There we go. Definitely happy to be back. Was over. I was over in Austin, Texas, guys. I got to meet Alex Jones. Did an episode on InfoWars. Then I went ahead and went on with Owen Schroyer, and then I went on with Harrison this morning at 8. So it was a good time, bro. It was a good time. I was really. Really cool to go over to InfoWars, man. It's like the mecca of alternative media, bro. Like you know, when it comes to alternative media in America, you know, there is no disputing that that Alex Jones is one of the OGs, man, for sure. So it was really cool to go there, go to the studio, meet the guys, meet the team. They got a great production set up over there. So you know. It was good. A little tired, not gonna lie to you guys. We're gonna do obviously a debrief here, cover some topics, and then I will be and then I think we're gonna do after hours tonight. No regular Fresh or Fit. A little dead, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Really tired. So we're gonna do obviously a debrief here. Oh, cover bad. Some okay, so we're live on X as well. Cool. I'm just making sure that we're good on all the platforms. We're live on X and etc. So shout out to all you guys. So yeah, we're gonna be covering a couple of different things. So yeah, like the video, guys. Let's get ourselves back up in the algo. We are back. I'll be live again on Sunday to give you guys Fed reacts. As you guys know, we're gonna cover a case. Let me know what you guys want in the comments, by the way. For Fed reacts. I mean, we're gonna be covering some criminal stuff right now, obviously with this killing and everything, and then we're gonna cover the Russell Brand stuff too, which is absolutely nuts. I'm gonna bring Sulaiman on to talk about that because Sulaiman knows about this case quite a bit. He broke the story a year ago when this originally happened, and yeah, he knew a lot of this crap was gonna come. We're also gonna be talking about Ashley St. Clair. I didn't get a chance to talk about this as much as I wanted when I was over at InfoWars. So we will talk about that and her and Elon Musk going back and forth with each other, which is hilarious. We're also going to cover the alternative story. They're saying that this girl, this 17-year-old guy, they're saying that it was self-defense is what one of the sides is saying. So we'll explore both angles there. What else here? I'm trying to think. We covered tariffs a bit, but we'll cover any other Trump news. Oh yeah, also they're going pretty hard against the MS-13, so we'll cover some of that as well. You guys know that I give updates with you guys with the DOJ as well. I think they just arrested 3 more of them today, which is wild. So let's see here. Okay, so this guy okay, so I'll go ahead and put this. And then I'm just setting up stuff, guys. I apologize for the normally I have all my stuff set up, guys, but as you guys know, like I literally just
a dangerous
jumped on the computer and we just went live. You know what I mean? Just jumped on a computer, went live, we in here. So it is what it is. Let's see here. I'm trying to... All right. Cool. Okay, let me look at my let me look at any chats here. We got here. Welcome back, bro. We need Brother Nathaniel on the stream. Would be fantastic. If I did Brother Nathaniel, bro, it'd have to be on Rumble. It would have to be on Rumble. But there are some people that I definitely want to talk to that would have to be Rumble only, but it would be funny as hell. But that's from Victor Ziegler. We got here again. We got Camille says, hey, Myron, you helped me a ton in life. A few days ago, you called me a hater because I disagreed on a tariff policy. It's not your expertise. Please read my Twitter DM so you can hear why tariffs are hurtful to the economy. My @ is @champs, bro. Here's the thing, bro. All right. Here's the thing. All right. When it comes to the whole tariff thing, right? You got people like Dean Withers, Democrats, freaking out. Oh my God, stock market's freaking out. Ah. Here's the issue, dude. We need to go back to making things, okay? The United States became a world superpower because we used to make things. We used to create things, okay? We don't make things anymore. That's the issue, okay? And when you don't make things, right, and you don't have the ability to make commercial items, especially planes, cars, ships, you know, things that you can use for your military, you start to run into problems, okay? We no longer have a factory industry. And factory industries keep your economy strong. When you make things, there's always going to be a demand for said things, and you are able to sell said things. But the issue is that thanks to free trade, we've basically outsourced all that to China and other countries that will go ahead and make it for a cheaper price. Now, in the short term, we get cheaper products, looks good, yeah, woo, everything's awesome, we get iPhones for cheap. But the problem is that when we don't make things, it kills us slowly. This is why you guys have seen the economy slowly tank ever since the 1950s when we were in our heyday, okay? In Detroit, you look at cities like Detroit, you look at a lot of these major inner cities that used to be huge factory hubs. They're decrepit pieces of shit now. Why? Because we got rid of the factory jobs. You get rid of the factory jobs, you don't make things anymore, you get rid of the working class, get rid of the skilled labor, and then we have to rely on other countries to make our stuff for us. Yes, we get it at a cheaper cost, but it kills us later on. So here's the thing with these tariffs, bro. Yes, is the economy going to recess? Absolutely. Are we going to deal with some hardship? Yes. But if we want to build things back up, we have to bring work back here. We have to get back to making things, and that is the problem. Now, I know for you, I'm an economist. Cool, bro. I'll tell you this. How about you go ahead and econ your way the fuck out of here, because the reality is we need to make things to become the superpower that we once were. Now, we still have the hegemony when it comes to military might. We do, but that could easily be gone within the next 20 to 30 years if we keep on this path, okay? American industry led to the power of our military, which keeps us at the top of the food chain all across the world. If we stop making things, it's just a matter of time until we stop having the strongest military. Okay, man? Like, I'll give you an example. Look at Russia, right? We sanctioned them to hell. But guess what? They have one of the strongest economies in the world. You want to know why? Because they make things. They make things, despite the fact that we kicked them off SWIFT, despite the fact that we told them, hey, we're not going to fucking do trade with you anymore. We're pulling all of our businesses out of here. Guess what? They're still doing well because they make things. When you make things, no one can stop you, and they have other trade partners, okay? So a lot of this stuff that people are talking about, oh, stock market, whatever. Look, stock market based on what? Fucking fiat currency? And a lot of these stock markets, who runs them? China. A lot of these poor countries invest in our stuff. They sell us stuff. We buy said stuff. Then they buy our real estate, and then they buy our debt, and they buy our shit. Okay? Look, I'm grossly oversimplifying it, But we need to get back to making things, and tariffs are a way to do that. I know you might not like that, right? But that is a way to bring industry back and make America more competitive. So, anyway, let's, what else do we got here? I didn't realize that Israel had tariffs on the U.S. until today. Unbelievable. Oh, no, that was from before. Carter Man says, Don America for your work ethic, Myron. You definitely up there with the great workaholics. Mr. McMahon, Kobe Bryant, Mama Mentality. Are you really not going to UK? I'm probably not going to go, guys. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to go. I think I'll give it a thousand show. I think I'll get arrested. I think that like it would be high likelihood that I would potentially be who knows? I don't know, because of my my tweets. I don't know. England is whack, guys. They are really cooked over there. So, so I'm looking at it like it's not worth it, because if I go over there, let's say I do get arrested, I can't leave. Can't leave, bro. So yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's a smart move. Someone said, bro, you need to go to the UK. No, for what? I guess I get stabbed or get arrested? So, yeah. Yeah, I just think it's not, yeah. And they got an arrest warrant out for Andrew Tate over there, so it's like, you know, they might try to, like, send a message. So I'm like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's probably not a smart move, England, at this point. Just say you're Muslim, then leave you alone. I don't think so, bro. I don't think that'll help. I do not think that will help, bro. So, all right, but let me see here. Let me go back on Rumble. I mean, it's still up in the air, bro, but I think it's gonna be. I think we're cooked, bro. Okay, let's go ahead. We got Punisher says, Myron, I normally don't like sending you links to videos, but your haters. About your haters, but I found this one quite comical. This loser talking shit, can't even show his face, let alone defending a Route 304 during an interview he did. Yeah, you know, a lot of these haters, bro, niggas just sit there and, yeah, it's true. They can't show their face, which I think that's the biggest L. If you talk shit and you can't even show your face, bro, that should tell you everything you need to know.
The following clip.
I don't even know who this guy is. Bro, why would you send me this nigga, bro? This is a fucking nobody. At least somebody send me... Bro, Punish, you get cooked for that, man.
Welcome, punch!
Nigga sent me a fucking nobody. How you gonna send me a nobody? Never seen this nigga before in my life, bro. Fuck it. Let's go ahead and react to a hater. Fuck it. We'll do it. We'll have some fun with it. L Punisher, but I'll go ahead and react to this for you because you're Cast Club. Those two interviews yesterday was fire. I appreciate that way of Vic. Brooksy, here it's better for you to have this dollar when the dude on the corner who was going to spend it on drugs. All right. W Debrief, New Anthem. W Cook and keep it to go work. Appreciate that. Baby Bunker, D. I think Penn State got their funding canceled because of the Jays. Yeah, Brown did too. Also, Nancy used to be supportive of tariffs. I'm cool with bringing down the financial and service industry a bit for our country to build its industrial market. Yeah, bro, look, stock markets go up and down, dude, but we don't build shit no more. I don't think people understand like how bad that is, that we don't build anything. Amar, WN4's guest appearance. Pretty cool how Alex Jones gave you the opportunity to host a show by yourself. When you started talking some real shit and saying things that might get them in trouble, Alex Jones came back so fast and started giving his opinion on being in the middle of your way of thinking. Tarpy for Alex Jones. And I sent you a message on how their setup was. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, TPC. I'm going to need you to retract your statement. I'm not weird nor retarded. I don't know who you... I can't pull out. Who called you weird and retarded, bro? Anyway. Yeah, why is Ian Carroll hating on you on X? Ian Carroll's not hating on me on X, bro. What are you talking about, man? Stop trying to start some bullshit, bro. Yeah, Carol's not hating on me, Annex. I was literally talking to him yesterday. Remember when they called inflation transitory, and then they changed the definition of recession and told us the economy was amazing while we watched prices skyrocket? Get a long-term stock account. Okay. All right. W bringing out the base version of Alex Jones. Yeah, man. I mean, we were talking about them boys for a bit. It was a good time. It was definitely a good time. Hey, Myron, sorry, Alex Jones, one of your top fans for 4 years. Keep it up and really value your opinion. Thank you so much. Gord the Nor. I appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and send me this.
The following clip.
Send me this video of this fucking. I could already tell this dude's a loser. But here we go. The name of the video is Myron Gaines is actually human trash. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
That I'm about to show you is yet
Well, up the volume for you guys.
more proof that Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit is actual human trash. Take a look.
Bobby?
Yeah, sorry. Excuse me, we're filming here.
Huh?
We're filming here. See what I mean? Like, just completely rude.
I mean, like, well, how am I supposed to know?
And there's literally a light right there in the camera.
Sorry, why are you filming? What's happening?
That doesn't matter. Just please get out the shot. Frank, come here. Frank, come here. Sit. You're being rude by walking in the shot.
I'm not being rude.
Yes, you are. Literally, you see it right here, and you're being rude.
Ask me to leave.
Leave, like it should be implied. Get out of the way. Incredible.
No, it's not manners.
You learned some manners. Incredible. Well, you walked in the way. See, you know what? That perfectly explains what I mean, right? So, was the camera rolling the whole time? Dude, see, that's what I'm trying to say. See, a man wouldn't do that. Only a woman would do something stupid like that. Why? Because she thinks that we're going to sit there and be like, ha, 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 it's okay. She thinks it's okay.
So you see the girl at the beginning of the video, right? She's just kind of like walking around. She's on a busy street. She happens to walk into frame and he loses his over nothing. And the thing he says to this loser interviewer, this guy also has like the lamest page of all time. He says, oh, you see that? Like women do all this shit all the time. Men wouldn't do that. Women do it because they think they can get away with it because they're hot and they're wearing wet dresses. Like that's his argument. But the thing that he isn't saying here is that if a big guy who's like twice his size would have walked into frame, Myron Gaines would have had zero to say to that guy because he was afraid of him. Because Myron's entire
You know, well, let's play this thing one way through and then we'll react to it after. I'll go ahead and
entire worldview is based on power, specifically physical power. Whoever can physically overpower the other person needs to be respected. And as a result of this worldview, in order to cope with the fact that he's a smaller man that would ultimately have to bow down to men who were bigger than him and could beat him up, he has to take out that self-hatred and rage onto people who were smaller than him, which most of the time happen to be women. Again, he projects his own insecurities onto the people around him. That's his entire brand. So do yourself a favor. If you ever come across this guy in the algorithm, swipe away as quickly as possible. You commenting, you disliking his videos actually boost him in the algorithm. If you see his face and swipe away, that is the #1 signal to all of the algorithms that his content isn't doing well, and as a result, they won't push his stupid smug face any further than it needs to be pushed, which in my opinion is nowhere. The following clip that
yeah, at least I show my face. Dude, I fucking hate cowards like this fucking pussy, dude. Let's play this thing and absolutely roast this dumbass, because this dude's an idiot and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Hate these soy boy motherfuckers, man.
I'm about to show you is yet more proof that Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit is...
See, this is why I didn't want to show this shit, because now I have to cook this nigga, bro. Now I absolutely have to roast this fucking guy now. You done goof now, mask boy.
Is actual human trash. Take a look.
Bobby?
Yeah, sorry. Excuse me, we're filming here.
Huh?
We're filming. Now, I've been explicit about this, and I've talked about this already. When I was recording that video with Desirable Truth, right? We were off to the side, okay? Now, this street, this is South Miami Avenue in Miami. This street right here, guys, that you guys are seeing here. This is right in front of, it's like Brickell Square, okay? There's like a Starbucks, a fucking Moxie's, whatever. It's right there in the middle. Now, where we were at, it's off to the side, okay? Like, you do not, like, you're not in the way, all right, when you're there, right? We purposely set up over there so we wouldn't be in the way as he's trying to claim, all right? Now, the other thing that I think that's also very important to note here is that this girl was trying to get attention, okay? Because she saw us filming there for a while, and she purposely walked in the shot like 2 or 3 times before I said something to her, okay? And it was very obvious that she was doing that to try to distract. And then you can see her, she's like, what are you filming? Right? But this idiot doesn't know that. And that's why I was so annoyed, because she had been doing this for a while, all right? And I've explained this already, but this guy thinks that like, oh yeah, this guy's an asshole because like she's getting in the shot on a public street. No, dude. Hundreds of people had walked by and didn't get in the shot because we were out of the way, but her dumbass wanted to do it. Why? Because she was out at night. You can see her. She had her little red fucking thing on, right? Tension whore, bro. That's what it is. That's what it is. And idiots like this fucking guy always cover for bad female behavior. You guys wonder why women are so fucking insufferable. It's because mass pussies like this fucking guy say the dumb shit that they say. This guy's an asshole. Like, it's just a woman trying to figure out her way. Like, she's like lost or whatever. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. Guys like you are literally the reason why we have the pussified, soft society we have where women literally do nothing but talk shit all day, disrespect men, and do the fuck shit that they're doing. And what made it even funnier was I was talking about how women don't respect male authority and how women don't respect men in general, and then this dumb bitch did exactly that. And that's why I was like, yo, see, bro, I told you, right? Like, literally, I was talking about it, and then it happened. Like, the thing with these guys, right? These fucking cuck boys, they don't like what I say, but I'm fucking accurate. I'm telling the truth. It's absolutely true that most women don't respect most men. It's absolutely true that the disregard for masculine men or disregard for masculine men in general for society is fucking real, okay? It's absolutely true that most women look at men as below them, okay? Like, and the thing is that I never have this problem with niggas doing stupid shit like this. It's always women because women don't deal with consequences. Okay? You say, well, if a big guy tried some shit, you wouldn't act like that. Yeah, I would, because I'm always armed, motherfucker. And I'm not like 5'2" like a lot of these guys think. It's amazing to me how a lot of these people talk shit, right? And they'll meet me in person like, oh, wow, you're a lot bigger than I thought. Yeah, I go to the fucking gym. I'm trained. Like, what the fuck? You know, I'm not over here just talking shit to people and a little nigga. Like, that's not what this is. But you got a fucking mask on and you're talking shit on YouTube. You're a bitch. You are literally a bitch. You can call me an asshole all day, piece of shit human being. At least I show my face. You're a fucking coward. You literally have like some fucking, I don't know what this is on your fucking head here, but you got like a cum shot weird mask on.
Filming here. See what I mean? Like,
see, like no respect. Hey, like bro, that's not cool. That's not nice. Like, not only did I say, hey, we're filming here, she thought it was funny. I said, hey. Like, that's not cool, dude.
it's completely rude.
Annoyed as fuck. Like, I'm annoyed because I've seen her, I was watching her doing it the whole time.
Like, well, how am I supposed to know?
There's literally a light right there in the camera.
Sorry, what are you filming? What's happening?
That doesn't matter.
And it's like, what are you filming? Bitch, we don't want to talk to you. Like, you guys see, like, the gross lack of regard? Oh, sorry, what are you filming? No fucking respect, dude.
Please get out the shot. Frank, come here. Frank, come here. Sit. You're being rude by walking in the shot.
I'm not being rude.
Yes, you are. You see it right here. You're being rude.
Like, standing up to women is considered being an asshole. This is where we are. Motherfuckers like this, mask guy, Mr. Mask Man, mask simp, right? Want to sit here and tell you, oh, you're an asshole. You can't stand up to women at all.
Leave. Like it should be implied. Get out of the way. Incredible.
You learn some manners.
You learned some manners. Incredible. Well, you walked in the way. See, you know what? That perfectly explains what I mean, right? So,
Because that was nice at first. Hey, we're shooting. And what does she do? You guys notice. I say, hey, we're shooting. She goes like this in the camera. Ha. Oh, what are you shooting? Blah, blah, blah. Bro, we don't want to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you. We're fucking filming, man. We're out here fucking working. Like, what the fuck? She thinks like we want to sit here and like talk to her and shit. But this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. These fucking women, they don't respect men. They don't respect their authority. They don't respect us. We're clearly doing something there. She fucking ruins the shot, right? And then she wants to sit there and have a conversation with us. Bitch, we don't want to talk to you. What the fuck? Seriously. Like, but this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, they're so goddamn entitled and rude that they're like, oh yeah, let me not just hurt the shot and hurt what you guys are doing. Let me go ahead and make fun of it and then ask you what you're doing. And then this bitch ass nigga want to sit here and say, yeah, you're a human piece of trash. Fuck you. You're a part of the problem, you bitch. You don't even show your face. You got the nerve to call me human trash. You don't even show your face. Holy shit. I hate these soy boys. Curtis Connor, bitch ass niggas like this that don't even want to show their faces. Philion, you guys are all loser simps. That's why nobody watches y'all niggas. That's why nobody likes you guys. That's why everyone is tired of you fucking Cook soy boys, Dean Withers, Harry Sisson. This is why the Democrats fucking lost. People are waking up. They're truly waking up. They're waking up to female fuckery. They're waking up to the Jews. They're waking up to fucking black people being violent. They're waking up. And I'm the fucking alarm clock. Because this shit is starting to get ridiculous now. We are seriously tired of your liberal-leaning, cooked soy boy motherfuckers that are scared to call it like it really is. I'm telling guys to stand up for themselves, whether it's to women or to men. But guess what? We don't need to stand up to men because men understand that there's this threat of violence all the time. Niggas don't test you the same way. Women do, but men don't. I could count on like maybe one hand the amount of time I have blatant rudeness from men in altercations. It's always women. Why is that? Why is that? You masked retard? This nigga wanna be Zorro and save these bitches. Ask yourself, why is it that women do dumb shit like that and are so rude? I'll tell you why. They tell you on their fucking TikTok. They literally admit on their TikTok, yeah, men are losers. Oh, scrub. Yeah. But idiots like this dude perpetuate the problem and enable the fucking problem. Then when guys like me come in and say, no, don't tolerate that bullshit from these women. Whether it's your girlfriend, some random bitch, don't tolerate it. Don't tolerate it. Ah, human trash. Meanwhile, he has a fucking mask on like a bitch. The fuck out of here, man. Oh, if you see his face, like, don't even engage. Like, just move away so they don't recommend his content. At least they know my face, bitch. They're fucking jealous. Because when you walk outside, nobody knows who you are. Imagine that. You'll be recording all day, shooting these dumbass shorts. You take your mask off, walk outside, nobody knows you. Nobody cares. You don't have any impact. You don't change lives. You don't do shit. The only thing that matters with a man is his last name. We don't know yours. We don't know who you are. I have mine proudly behind me. What the fuck is yours? Because not only are you sitting here talking shit, you're talking shit from a mask. Even worse. Even worse. Holy shit, man.
Was the camera rolling the whole time? Dude, see, that's what I'm trying to say. See, a man wouldn't do that. Only a woman would do something stupid like that. Why? Because she thinks that we're gonna sit there and be like, ha ha ha, it's okay. She thinks it's okay.
So you see the girl at the beginning of the video, right? She's
Look at this nigga. He's a cuck, bro. This nigga's a cuck. And then, look, see? She purposely, and just so you guys know, she did this multiple times coming into the shot after we had told her we're filming. That's another reason, too, why I'm being frustrated.
It's kind of like walking around. She's on a busy street. She happens to walk into frame and he loses his shit over nothing.
Yeah, hey, dumbass, I told you already. We literally were out of the shot. Hundreds of people walked by without getting in the way. All right? Because we purposely got out of the way.
And the thing he says to this loser interviewer, this guy also has like the lamest.
Look at that. Yeah, I also have the lamest. I hate niggas like this, bro. These virtue signaling soy boy cucks. Guaranteed. Hey, mask guy. I guarantee your girlfriend or your woman or whoever the fuck you're talking to probably is fucking 10 Nigerian niggas right now. Scammers too that sell fake iPhones. Get the fuck out of here. Motherfuckers like you don't show your face. You don't show your face for a fucking reason. For a fucking reason. You're probably on some weirdo shit, probably a sex offender, something like that. My real name is out there. My real background is out there because I got nothing to hide, motherfucker. You got something to hide because I know for a fact you're a weirdo. I know for a fact. But motherfuckers like you be the first ones to talk shit. This guy's human trash. All you motherfuckers that sit there and say, this guy's a misogynist, this guy's human trash, this guy's XYZ, you'll be the weirdest ones, bro. You guys are the weirdest ones. How many times a YouTuber got exposed for virtue signaling for women, but then you find out he's on some whack job shit? All the time. All the time. All the time.
page of all time. He says, oh, you see that? Like, women do all this shit all the time. Men wouldn't do that. Women do it because they think they can get away with it because they're hot and they're wearing wet dresses. Like, that's his argument. But the thing that he is...
Yeah, it's true, retard. It's absolutely true. There's no concept of violent retaliation towards women when they misbehave, dumbass. Versus with men, there is a concept of violent retaliation for misbehaving. Men understand that there's mutually assured destruction. You wouldn't understand this, though, because you're a bitch. You don't understand the concept of violence. You understand mutually assured destruction. You don't understand monopoly of force, which is what men hold. You don't know that because you're an idiot and you wear a fucking mask. Okay? You don't understand this shit because you're a fucking cucked out soy boy.
Isn't saying here is that if a big guy who's like twice his size would have walked into frame...
Happened plenty of times. You know what happens? Them niggas fuck off because they know what time it is, all right? I don't play fair, and I've said this shit a million times. Happened plenty of times, my friend. All right? Well, not plenty. Once or twice. But them niggas knew better. All right? Meanwhile, you're over here with a fucking mask on.
Myron Gaines would have had zero to say to that guy because he was afraid of him. Because Myron's entire worldview is based on power, specifically physical power. Whoever can physically overpower the other person needs to be respected. And as a result of this worldview, in order to cope with the fact that he's a smaller man that would ultimately have to...
I love when people say he's a smaller man, then they meet me in person. Because everyone thinks I'm like 5'5", which is comical to me, but that's fine.
Bow down to men who were bigger than him and could beat him up. He has to take out that self-hatred and rage onto people who were smaller than him, which most of the time happen to be women. Again, he projects his own insecurities onto the people around him.
And you can tell from his voice, like, this dude's a mouth breather. Yeah, he just projects power. This guy's a retard, bro. This guy's a fucking moron.
His entire brand. So do yourself a favor. If you ever come across this guy in the algorithm, swipe away as quickly as possible.
Congratulations. You just awared more people on my content. Anti-profit retard, whatever your name is. So thank you very much. I appreciate that, my friend. But guys like you are the fucking problem. And guys like you are precisely why so many men are fucking suffering. Guys like you are precisely the problem why guys don't stand up to their girlfriends. Guys like you are fucking out here telling guys to basically be cucks. I mean, guaranteed. The girl that you're probably seeing right now is getting dogged down by 7 Nigerians that sell fake cell phones. Guaranteed. Yeah, dude has a feminine-ass voice, fucking pussy. And, like, the thing that's crazy to me is, like, how dare you fucking sit there and talk shit about people while you have a mask on? Like, that is, you want to talk about being a fucking coward? That is the highest level of being a fucking coward. You don't even have the balls to stand by what you say. Like, that's the funniest part about this shit. At least, like, haters, like, other guys that talk shit about me, they, like, even DDG, he's an idiot, 67 IQ, complete moron. Girlfriend, ex-girlfriend is, like, ugly as shit, right? Idiot. But he actually has his face out there when he says the dumb shit that he says. I'm a DM his girl. Nigga retarded, but it's fine. You, on the other hand, right? You don't even show your face, bro. You don't even show your face. Nigga wanted to take his Twitter profile and put that shit on YouTube. Anyway.
Bombocat!
What else do we got here? Yeah, I'll even give Anus and Reach a benefit. Even those fat-ass niggas, they show their faces, bro. At least they show their faces. So, goddamn, man. But yeah, it comes down to, like, a lot of these dudes be jealous, bro. Like, nobody knows who they are. Bro's mad he's been making YouTube content and nobody knows who he is. Oh, you're the white mask guy. Bro, imagine that. They gotta put a mask on so people know who he is. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I used to see his video content, watched a few videos and dubbed his shit. He's a huge fucktard, admires the truth, and he don't hide from his own views like that puss. Exactly, bro. Like, yo, I can't take you seriously when you're over here wearing a mask talking shit about other niggas, bro. Like, that is completely antithetical to masculinity and standing on your opinions. Like, you're that much, and here's the thing, you don't even have you're not even based. You're not even based and you're wearing a mask. You are a bitch. Holy shit. You're a soy boy cuck. And you are fucking scared to show your face. You have liberal views, bro. You are a wokey. You're not even based and you're over here fucking wearing a mask. You're an even bigger. Like, I could understand. Like, if you were like, you know, talking shit about Democrats and you were like based and you like, you know, were JQing and shit. All right, you want to hide your face? Fine. But bro, you're not even based and you're hiding your face. God damn. Great job on Alex Jones. You still feel methylene blue. There's a good clip on Jerry podcast, Dave Smith. He starts to cook about them boys and Netanyahu's lying about Iran's nukes. Okay. Let's see here. What else do we got? I could pull this up. JRE 2299. Yo, good to some actual height. Oh, this was, oh shit, bro, he's had Dave Smith on like 1 million times, bro. Holy. All right. 104. All right, I'll keep that in the queue. All right, what else do we got here? Harry, I love all the work you do. Please react to Vitaly getting arrested in the Philippines like Johnny Somali. He got arrested in the Philippines? Bro. Aaron Myron, all you have to do is show this clown this video of you defending yourself to 2 niggas. Which one is this one? Is this when they showed up at the crib? Yeah, bro, it's funny. Like, people say this dumb shit, but it's like, bro, does this idiot not know what I used to do? Did DDG ever send you that clip of DDG wearing makeup on stream for girls? Send it to me again, Josie. Yeah, DDG is talentless, bro. Like, bro, just stick to, he just needs to stick to making music because he's not an interesting individual, bro. Yo, I used to see his content, watched a few videos. Okay, got that one. Great, okay. But at least DDG shows his face, bro. At least he shows his face. He's a stupid-ass nigga, but at least he shows his face. This motherfucker's hiding behind a mask. He sounds like some of the soy boys that sent for 304s. I know, bro. It's fucking crazy. Like her. You should get the desirable truth on for after hours. I'll figure something out. Love how this, whatever the fuck it is, needs to hide behind a mask because it's too busy to see the comments without a mask. Probably a soy boy who wears a mascara. Yeah, bro. Like, nigga, that's crazy. Like, talking shit about people with a mask on? This motherfucker hid his face for a reason. Oh, my, lame ass femboy. I know, bro. Like, dude, automatically. Like, I was gonna go ahead and comment on there and say, yo, let's go ahead and fucking OSS the tagger, but this nigga ain't even worth the engagement, bro. Jesus the Kid says, and Alex Jones' appearance was huge and it was an amazing show. Joe Rogan next? Bro, I don't know. Bro, nigga. I'll keep it 1,000 with you guys. I know a lot of you guys want me to go on Rogan. I think I'm too hot for Rogan, guys. I think I'm too hot for Rogan. Myron debrief. Also, I didn't realize how much the debrief affected my life because I was at work yesterday. I forgot you said there wasn't going to be a debrief yesterday. I was bored as fuck, wondering what to listen to while I'm at work. I got you, Mac. Sorry about that, man. That's why I try to be so consistent and go on at 5 for you guys, man. Because I know a lot of you guys like depend on the show, man. Maybe you're at work, you need to burn some hours and shit. So yeah. Debbie bringing out. Okay, I think we're caught up. Drewski, I read that one earlier. Yeah. Look, I'd love to do Rogan, but again, I don't think I am clean enough, guys. I'll just be honest with y'all. I don't think I'm clean enough, man. Oh, shit, niggas really put pictures of oh, wow. Bro, they put the picture of this nigga with the makeup? Cooked. Oh, man. That's crazy. All right, whatever. Okay, what do we got here? Guys, do me a favor. We got 830 likes, man. Like the video for me, guys. Okay, like the video for me. Let's go ahead and get into the first story. Okay, Frisco student killed in stabbing at track meet.
The Frisco Memorial High School community gathered tonight in grief after the stabbing death of a teenager at a track meet.
Another teenager, a student at Frisco Centennial, is now charged with the murder. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf's twin brother was at the track with him. His family says he died in his brother's arms. Fox 4's Amelia Jones spoke with the teen's victim's father and is live in Frisco tonight. Amelia.
Steve, Heather, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf had a bright future ahead of him. He was a leader on the football field and a scholar in the classroom. His dad told me he's holding on to memories and leaning deep on his faith as he tries to wrap his mind around this senseless tragedy.
He was going to turn out to be a great individual and impact this world with positivity.
17-year-old Austin Metcalf was voted MVP of the Frisco Memorial High School varsity football team. The linebacker held a near-perfect GPA and was in the National Honor Society.
He was on the right track. He was doing everything right. I was so proud.
Jeff Metcalf never imagined that his son's future would be cut short.
I'm still in shock.
Wednesday morning, Austin Metcalf was at a District 11 5A track meet at Kirkendall Stadium. Around 10 a.m., Frisco police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest after some sort of fight. Jeff Metcalf says it was Austin's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf, who tried to save him.
And his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
It's unclear how Anthony got the knife into the meat or what exactly led up to the fight. Anthony is now facing first-degree murder charges, and Jeff Metcalf
It was the best weekend ever.
Is only left with memories.
I was able to watch and be blessed so much. But having both my sons are amazing.
When Jeff Metcalf was diagnosed with cancer 9 years ago, his boys were his strength. Now cancer-free, it's his faith that's keeping him strong.
And when I kissed his forehead today, as his body was cold, I ran my fingers through his hair. I told him it's not goodbye. It's see you later. I'll join you at some point too, son. You just beat me to this place.
Wednesday night, the family's church opened its doors for the community.
Man, that is terrible, bro. That is absolutely terrible. A guy says, do a deep dive on the queue. I don't know if we have time for that video, bro. I just looked at it. It was like 20 minutes long. And then Radish Pro says, if you have a chance, PBD had Terrence Howard on, okay? And then also we got here, Trump only has 4 years, saying it would make years to build infrastructure for companies to come back. Do you think the companies would even bother coming back to the USA? Well, we need another Republican president after that, sticks hard to that. Myron, did you see the 28-year-old teacher that slept with a 15-year-old? Yeah, bro, crazy, man. What do you think's going to happen to her? Nothing, as always, whenever women do stupid shit. Nothing. She's probably going to get like 2 or 3 years. Not serious.
To gather for a prayer vigil to honor a young man whose life touched so many.
But I know he's with the Lord.
A guy says there will be no war with Iran. Trump doesn't actually support Israel, and you can't fully understand Trump and the moves he's making unless you read through the Q drops, the Q operation has nothing to do with the wild theories people say about it. Oh, this is one of these Trump 5D chess niggas that he doesn't support Israel. Yeah, like they just gave him $100 million for no reason, right, dude? Right? Come on, man. Bro, he passed a fucking anti-Semitism bill. Are you fucking stupid? We stopped mass deportations to arrest fucking college students. Like, what are you talking about? This is 5-day chess, dude. 5-day chess. No, nigga, you're retarded. That's what it is. The only D in that one is to end retarded, because that's what you are. Bro, do you not understand? He signed an executive order for free speech, then went ahead and signed another executive order for anti-Semitism. Who do you think would be able to get something like that done? I'll tell you, Mary Middleton and the Zionist lobby. My dear Chester.
I take comfort and peace in that.
In our conversation, Jeff mentioned that he hopes his son's death brings changes to security. So
this morning, Frisco Memorial High School honored the student who was stabbed to death at a track meet yesterday. Police say 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed by a Frisco ISD student. Metcalf's father hopes the incident leads to security changes. Alex.
Hi, Clarice. You know, during second period today, all Frisco ISD schools took a moment to really acknowledge Austin Metcalf's life. I'm told also that district and campus counselors were on hand today to help students and staff process exactly what happened yesterday. Now, police still have not said how that knife got into the stadium. Meanwhile, Metcalf's mother and twin brother spoke on Fox News this afternoon.
I pushed my hand on there to try to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry.
Hunter Metcalf described his twin brother Austin's final moments as he lay dying in his brother's arms. On Wednesday, Memorial High School junior Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death while attending a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco, and many questions remain unanswered. Police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who attends Centennial High School, stabbed Metcalf in the chest in the stands. Metcalf's father believes the fight started over a seating dispute.
I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that, and maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today.
Shortly after the deadly encounter, a district spokesperson said that the stadium was immediately secured and students were released and sent back to their home campus on Frisco ISD buses.
Crime doesn't discriminate age, and that unfortunately victimization can happen at any time, at any moment, even when we think that we are safe.
Dr. Alex Del Carmen is a criminologist. Neither the district nor the Frisco Police Department have said what security measures were in place at the stadium on the day of the fatal stabbing. Del Carmen says no doubt the district and police will be looking closely at this.
And what likely will happen is, they're going to look into the suspect's background and find out whether or not there's been signs that perhaps were missed by the family, by the school, and by law enforcement. I think that what really this does invite is a bigger discussion, which is, how much are we willing to give up in terms of our freedoms, in terms of the things that we take for granted for the sake of protection.
And the track meet, of course, was suspended yesterday. Frisco ISD tells us that it has been rescheduled for next week, but did not release further details to us. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in jail on a $1 million bond charged with murder.
So, So here's the other narrative now, right? So people are trying to say that these two guys, these twins, are bullies, right? And this is, I expose racists and peas, right? And this guy fucking, he's called me a racist on here. So he goes, enough with the misinformation. Let's talk about facts. Number one, it's normal for students from different schools to gather under another school's tent. Carmelo had friends there. He wasn't trespassing or looking for trouble. Two, they claimed that one of the twins had never seen Carmelo before. A blatant lie. I don't know what his proof is for that. Three, no student has the right to remove another student from a school-owned tent. The school owns the tent, not the twins. Carmelo is a track athlete. The twins are not. He wasn't even expecting to see them there. Now, here's what they don't want you to know. The twins didn't just ask him to leave, they tried to jump him, allegedly. Before attacking him, they tried to take his belongings, broke his phone, and stomped on it. The twins are known bullies. So ask yourself, if 200-pound attackers came at your child, what would you expect them to do? And yet, despite everything, the media is trying to destroy Carmelo's name. They keep posting a picture of him with an airsoft gun, not even a real firearm, to manipulate public perception. Why? Because they want to paint him a criminal instead of a victim. Let's talk about who Carmelo is: a respectful, well-mannered young man, a 4.0 student with multiple college offers, a kid with zero criminal history, not even a blemish, a son raised in a loving home by parents who taught him right from wrong. Life was lost and that is tragic, But what's also tragic is the way the media is twisting this story to fit their own agenda. But stabbing him, bro? Stabbing? Come on, man. Stabbing is wild. And again, this account, I don't really see them. I don't really like this motherfucker. He's a loser. His thing is literally says "see racist." But I'm giving you guys the other side of what they're saying. But yeah, I think this kid is guilty as fuck, man. I mean, we'll see what happens with the evidence. But bro, there's no excuse to bring a knife to a track meet. Why the fuck do you have a knife at a track meet, dude? That doesn't make sense. Like, why? You know, why? There's another interview here.
Just because the kid was mad, my son is not here.
Look, I'm glad that they're covering this on mainstream news, though. Like, I think the uproar on Twitter forced the mainstream media to cover this because they definitely wouldn't have covered this if it wasn't for the outrage on Twitter, bro. I'm telling you guys, they never cover it when white people get assaulted or killed. They never do.
Here anymore, and I don't understand it.
I feel sorry for them, man. I mean, this sucks because you got two teenagers that lost their lives now. One gets
just tell me about
with an arrest, and the other one obviously is dead.
What happened today?
Shout out to Wilt Domain. Subscribe to Cast Club. Down the marker for you, my friend. Shout out to you, Wilt to do men 8. Or Wilt to do men 8. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome to Cast Club, my ninja.
I don't know. I got a phone call from Hunter. He was.
Also, guys, we got almost 5,000 of you guys in here. They're 4,500 roughly, almost. So, guys, do me a favor. Like the video if you're watching on YouTube. Let's get this engagement up, okay? Let's get this engagement up. Damn it! Really appreciate it if you guys could do that for me. I will drop the YouTube link in here for you guys, so that you guys could go ahead and like the video.
Screaming that Austin had been stabbed. I was at work, and so I drove. I work in Grapevine, so I drove up to the hospital straight away. I actually beat the ambulance there. I saw them have him come out. He was on a lot of machines, and it didn't take long for them to come in to say that he had passed. So, not sure, senseless act of a boy that was in the wrong tent, and my son doing the right thing by telling that boy that he needed to be removed from where he was, and just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
Tell me about Austin. What do you want people to know?
Hey guys, I dropped the YouTube link in there for you guys on Rumble, and I'll drop it on Castle Club as well. Like it, man. Let's get the engagement up. Let's break 3,000 live viewers. I don't think that we're gonna do Fresh and Fit today, guys. We're gonna do after hours only. So I'll be on here a little bit longer with you guys. So yeah, man. Like the video for me. I really appreciate that. Helps a lot with the engagement. As you guys know, we weren't on yesterday. So whenever you guys do that, it helps. Super chats, what are you talking about? I already read the super chats. This one just came in. I'm trying to get under 12% body fat for the summer with no debrief yesterday. My hour of cardio felt like 8 hours watching other shows. That's crazy. Debrief is going places, Myron. Bro, I appreciate it. A lot of you guys say you guys enjoy the talk show, man. Try to give you guys different takes, man. I give you guys, basically, look, I'll be honest, you guys don't know what the debrief is? The debrief is I say the stuff that everyone else is too fucking scared to say. Let's just call a spade a spade. All right? I just say what it is. All right? I tell y'all niggas, I don't want to live in a neighborhood with a bunch of niggas, bro. Everybody else is scared to say this shit. Bro, around the blocks, I can't relax. All right? It is what it is. It is what it is. When I'm in the hood, I'm in places where it's like, a little dangerous. Nah, man. Fuck no. So, nah, man. I'm good on that, bro. Creates a lot of problems. All right? So,
Know about your boy.
He was the most amazing kid. Oh, so smart. He had college football guys looking at him to play in college. His goal was to play in college. He just wanted to play football. His life was going to the gym and working out and being a leader on his football team, and he just had such ambitions and a drive that it's hard to find in a kid. And he's just such a good spirit, and so many kids loved him, and his brother's lost his best friend.
They're twins, right?
Yeah, identical twins. Yeah.
They've been like...
They are the best of friends. Like, just... I'm so worried about my son, because he's going to have to face this world alone now, because he had a brother.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, man. His brother is forever going to be permanently scarred, like bad. You know? Because not only did his brother die in his arms in one of the worst ways possible. He was trying to stop the bleeding. Bro, man, absolutely terrible.
That was with him the whole time, and now he's gonna have to do it alone. And I'm just so worried about him. I really am.
Was Hunter with Austin today?
He was. They made him go away when they were doing CPR on him, but he was there when he was stabbed, and he was holding, I guess, the wound to keep it from. He was trying to save his brother, but I think he said he saw when he took his last breath and before the CPR came back in. So for what I heard, he was unresponsive.
That will mess you up for forever.
For 5 minutes, they were able to revive him a little, but I think it was too little too late.
What can the community do for your family?
They need to support the kids, at the school. Austin was loved by so many people. They need to know that there's other people out there for them and not against them, you know? And Frisco Memorial has got a football program it's in a process, and we want everybody to know that it's a family and they're there together. So, but just to put your arms wrap around and support. This is Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Oh, man. Thank you. He's a good kid. We just found a little altercation, and that's really it. But he has a good heart. Everyone around here knows he's a great kid. Just one mistake from that dude, and just took my brother. He didn't deserve it. No one deserves a loss from a family like that. I know people that lose their family members all the time, but I just didn't know it was to be mine. It's so soon. I'm my best friend and my brother my whole life, but if y'all can just like. Not y'all, sorry. Just like, thank y'all for just comforting us in like the Frisco area has been comforting my family and me. I just really appreciate everything that everyone's done. It's a really hard loss, but we're gonna get through it with my family, so we'll just stay together. I mean, our relationship is really the tightest I've ever seen in somebody, like between two human beings. I mean, we did everything together. Clean the dishes together, do yard work together, sports, you name anything in the world, it's always us two and one thing. So you're always just basically one person.
You guys just a few minutes apart?
4 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Austin was first by 4 minutes. He got stuck in me.
So technically your bigger brother.
Yes, ma'am. He does a lot of big brother stuff around. He's always on my back. Even if I'm in the wrong, he'll always take my side no matter what it is. So it's just really heartbreaking to see someone that cares for you that much and does everything even by your side no matter what, just pass away like that.
Mm-hmm. Your mom told me that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So yeah. That's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like a man has a family, that man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid, real strong. And I know I'm strong too, but he's a little stronger. But he did a lot for our family and a bunch of stuff that we just don't recognize. And it's just like, especially throughout our friends too, like everyone knew, like he was the peacemaker. That's what I'm saying. Like, I heard someone who really makes peace, who really calms peace down. He makes everything sail smoothly. And because I get upset, but then he calms me down. He was just always there for me. So it's just really heartbreaking to see like how this happened.
Oh my goodness. You guys are
17.
17?
Yeah, they'll be 18 in July.
I saw a lot of articles saying you guys were 16. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they're 17.
Yes, ma'am.
Junior?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Austin wanted to play football.
He would have played college football.
He would have,
for sure. He definitely used his mindset, his skill level, his IQ at the game was probably the best I've seen in the Frisco area.
Yeah.
As a linebacker, he was a stud, and I always try to fill those shoes with him and play with him. And I had a blast my whole life playing sports with him my whole life. It was just me and him always good against people. And last year together was this year, so it's just really heartbreaking not to see him next year on the field.
I'm so sorry, Laura. Oh my goodness. I saw that he won like linebacker of the year.
For the Frisco Memorial, he was
second team all district, which he should have been first.
Yeah.
But it's just everyone knows around this area the impacts of what he does for football and what he does for families and friends. Like, he's just a great guy overall to be around, and
hard worker.
Extremely. It's just really hard. It's just really hard to see someone go like that just for like recklessness.
My focus of my story is, of course, on Austin. That is what's most important. But what would you say about the suspect and what's next?
I don't know anything about him. We have nothing to say.
I've never met this kid until right then. It really was under 30 seconds, this altercation. I've never met this kid in my entire life. And it's just...
And to be honest with you, we don't want to give him any recognition or any care, because we have no desire to have anything to do with that man. So.
If Austin can hear you, what would you say to him?
I'd say, that's really hard, but I'd say a lot of things, because I saw him before his last moments, and it was just...
How much we loved him. He knew that.
He knew how much I loved him, how much I do for him. I do anything for him.
Yeah.
No matter what. He called me anything.
And I mean, anyone that's ever had a twin brother before, it's a bond that's truly, you can't, it's unlike anything else. I can't even describe it. I don't know if anyone in here is a twin. Love to get your opinion on it. But I did grow up with a set of twin brothers, and you know, they did everything together, man. I can't even imagine losing a sibling, let alone your twin sibling. You know, this is gonna fuck this guy up for the rest of his life. And the fact that he saw it and he was there, you know, he didn't just destroy that one kid's life. He killed him too, almost. You know. So, yeah, absolutely heartbreaking, man. When I saw this story, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. And again, I'm glad that it's hitting mainstream media, because I'll tell you guys this. I knew about this. It didn't hit mainstream media until a bunch of big, YouTubers and, you know, Twitter handles were tweeting about it. This was not going to hit the mainstream media if it were not for X.
The thing that he needs, I'll do it for him. He's just a great guy, so when you have a great guy, you want people to be around you, they're going to be around you no matter what. Like, he's a great leader. That's why I always want to tell him, like, I always wanted to be like him in that sense. It's like how he just communicates and has great ways with people all the time. And I always looked up to him for like that. He was a big brother in a sense. He was the same age, but he was a big brother than me.
Damn. All right, so we're gonna move on to because this is a heartbreaking story, but I want to bring you guys into this thing. Like I said, Matt Walsh talked about it. I talked about it. Obviously, we talked about it on InfoWars. I talked about it with Owen. I talked about it with Harrison. And look, we got to have a tough discussion here, and that tough discussion is we got some problems in the black community. Okay, I tweeted out. We don't have a race problem in America. We have a problem race. I'm going to say that again. A lot of you FBAs are going to get mad at me for saying it, but whatever. You guys are over here in the debrief, and you guys know I'm going to call it like it is. We don't have a race problem in America. We got a problem fucking race, okay? And that problem race is the black community. Now, a lot of people are going to get angry at me and say, Myron, you're racist, etc. You know, you're Uncle Tom or any of this other crap. But it's true. It's true. We promote violence. We promote gang culture. We promote sorting things out through attacking each other, through shooting at each other, through, in this case, stabbing each other. Can't even have a disagreement without some type of ridiculous violence. This is an issue. This is an issue. And the thing is that, and the reason why I'm bringing this to the forefront is the other races are just going to motherfuck the black community. F them, drop the N-bomb, get angry, right? I hate these guys, blah, blah. But I'm telling you guys what it is. I'm telling you guys how they feel. I'm telling you guys what they're saying behind the scenes. I'm calling it like it is. And it's really up to the black community to either change, right? Or we're going to continue to perpetuate the stereotypes, and we're going to continue to deal with said stereotypes, right? And the culture's got to change, bro. The culture has to change. We got to stop promoting guys like Little Dirk and King Von. We need to start promoting intellectuals and guys that get shit going on, right? We need to promote going to school, not being a scumbag, versus being a scumbag and scamming and not snitching or whatever. Like, we do everything backwards in the black community, right? We prioritize doing drugs, selling drugs, robbing each other, scamming, not snitching, not cooperating with the police, right? Fuck 12, all this dumb shit. That's what we promote. That's what we promote. So, when you see a 17-year-old kid enact enormous amount of brutality in a quick amount of time, like, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because look, let's go ahead and assume that this story is true with what the Twitter handle is saying, and saying that the twins tried to jump him, right? Stabbing? Why do you have a knife at a track meet, dude? The hell is going on? Again, we got some serious problems that we gotta deal with, man. Because I'll give it 1,000 with y'all, bro. I don't want to live in a black neighborhood. I don't want to be in Atlanta. I don't want to be in Detroit. I don't want to be in St. Louis. I don't want to be in New York City. I don't want to go to LA. When I'm in LA, I get in and get out. I'm not trying to be around niggas, bro. And this is how everybody feels. It's not just me. I'm just saying it. But everyone feels this way. Nobody wants to be around y'all niggas, bro. Because you guys are fucking idiots that think it's okay to perpetuate violence on other people. You can't talk nothing out. Everything's got to get shot out, stabbed out, jumped out. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And then when someone says the truth, like I do, what do y'all do? Oh, you an Arab. You ain't even one of us. What does that even mean? What? I got to be one of you idiots to tell you that you're an idiot? I have to be an idiot to tell you you're an idiot? Is that what it is? That's the problem. You motherfuckers can't take no criticism. The truth is the truth regardless of who says it. If I say we got some serious fucking problems and the black community needs to get fixed, and then you sit there and say, well, you Uncle Tom, so I'm not going to listen to what you got to say. Nigga, what? And that is why no one respects y'all. Honestly. That is why nobody respects you idiots. Because to you guys, it's like, oh, you can't comment on no problems. Can't comment on no problems. That's why nobody wants to talk to y'all niggas, bro. Because number one, they're going to get called racist. Number two, you guys are going to say some dumb monkey shit like that. And here's the thing. Tariq, Nasheed, dumbass, or one of these other niggas are probably gonna make a video, call me a coon, oh, this nigga hates his own race or whatever. I don't, bro, honestly, at this point, I don't give a fuck anymore what you monkeys think. Honestly. You racist. All right. You Kool-Aid fucking assassins. You fucking fried chicken connoisseurs. Whatever, man. I don't even care no more. Call me a racist. I'm telling y'all the truth. Okay? Is this all black people? Of course not. But there is a significant amount of you motherfuckers that are absolutely fucking retarded, bro. Dumb as fuck. Sort everything out through violence. Can't speak proper English. Don't take education seriously. Don't work a job. Think criminal activity is cool. Thinking being in a gang is awesome. Listen to drill music all day. Wear your pants below your fucking waist. Incredible. You embarrass all of us. And we all have to deal with the stereotypes. So then now, when I walk into a restaurant, they're like, I don't know if I want to serve this guy. These niggas never tip. Until they hear me speak, they're like, okay. All right. I feel a bit better now. But I got to deal with that hurdle because the Aquarius before me came into the restaurant and didn't want to tip. LaQuisha came in complaining about the fucking wings not being hot enough. And then they hot enough. He heat it back up for me. Shit like that. And the reason why I'm so annoyed, Myron, you're racist. Myron, you're so bigoted. Nigga, I gotta deal with the consequences of these idiots. That's why. I walk into a fucking store, niggas think I'm gonna steal. I walk into a restaurant, waiters thinking having second thoughts. Walk into a fucking, like, Quickie Mart, Asian nigga starts getting nervous. It's not until they hear me speak and behave and carry myself in a certain manner, like, oh, okay, no problem, okay. He good black man. But I gotta come in with a chip on my shoulder because you dumbass niggas fucking up for everybody. So yeah, I'm annoyed and I'm frustrated because I gotta deal with the fucking consequences of this stupid shit. Niggas get all nervous. I'm walking down the street. They cross the street. And I'm the only one with the fucking balls to say this shit. Everybody else is a bitch. Well, you know, I don't want to talk shit about my black sisters and black brothers. Fuck that shit. Y'all niggas are stupid. And you fucking up for everybody else. Tired of it, bro. Damn. Damn, y'all niggas piss me off. Let me tell y'all something, man. Goddamn. I get into Austin. I land. Right? You know what I saw? I'm at the airport. I see nothing but white people. I'm like, damn. This feels good. I don't gotta worry about some bum shit coming up. You know, I don't gotta worry about bro, I can relax. Cause I'll tell y'all this, around the blacks, I don't relax. Heads on a swivel, looking around what's going on and shit. But I saw all these white people, I was like, all right, I don't gotta worry about nothing. I could just put my headphones in, no noise cancel. I could put the noise canceling on. I could be on my phone, have it out. You know, I could put my backpack down, walk over to the fucking bathroom and come back and not have to worry about nothing. Felt good, man. Felt good. Then I come back to fucking Miami, right? Get in a cab, Haitian nigga. Hey, I need to go to Brickell. Okay, I'll take you there. Right? Nigga takes me there. I'm like, all right, I'm on Apple Pay. Right? They have the little thing on the side. They have the little thing. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna Apple Pay. Nigga pulls out his phone. Or you go down to swipe on this. It's like it's on his phone. I'm like, man, you fucking scammer ass niggas, bro. God damn. Can't even get out the goddamn taxi without niggas being niggas, bro. Holy. Nigga scammed this fucking cab company, bro. I already knew. I was like, man, this nigga, bro. I can't Apple Pay. I gotta fucking do this shit on your dumbass phone. I gotta swipe my card on this shit. You scamming ass nigga, I should report you to your fucking cab company. But I was already tired and I had to do the show. I had to do the debrief. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna tell y'all niggas about this. I'm not gonna snitch on this thing. I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. So I went from Austin, Texas, white people, clean, safe airport, don't gotta worry about shit, fantastic service. I was at a steakhouse. Nigga comes up, oh yeah, what kind of steak knife would you like? I was like, give me the German one, nigga. You guys already know why. Oh, slash in the chat. Then I come back to Miami. Not even 10 minutes. Niggas already scamming. Bruh. I'm telling you, bro, we gotta have a real discussion. We gotta have a real discussion with the niggas, bro. I gotta do some more MLK shit. I gotta get like a podium in Washington, D.C. I gotta talk to everybody. I'm the only one that's gonna do it. Tariq Nasheed ain't gonna tell him the truth. He gonna say, white supremacy. You're a criminal because of white supremacy. It was a white man that forced you to sell the drugs and the crack, right? Dr. Umar, dumbass. I'm a Pan-African. I don't fuck with white women. That's what he gonna talk about. Bro, I'm the only one that could do it. I'm the only one that could do it. But goddamn, bro, like, I'm serious. We got some fucking work to do, bro. This shit is getting out of hand. Shit's getting out of fucking hand, bro. I don't want to walk into a fucking Asian mart, niggas telling me, hurry up and buy. Why? Why do I gotta hurry up and buy? I can't take my time? What? Because Laquan want to come in here and do some fuck shit earlier? Shit, man. Niggas fucking up for everybody else, bro. I'm just annoyed. Because I got to deal with it. They sit there and they tell me, well, Myron, you ain't black. You ain't one of us. Nigga, everyone else thinks I'm black, so I got to deal with the same bullshit. No matter what you think, Tyrone. Because everyone else thinks I'm a Tyrone, too. Like other races are like, you look like you're North African. No, nigga. No. Hurry up and buy. To you, to me, to Fresh, to Chris, to Mo, to Bills. Hurry up and buy. It's the same shit. We're all niggas to them, bro. These dumbass niggas want to sit there, well, I'm an FBA. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're all under the same umbrella, nigga. We're all getting judged the same. To them, fucking goddamn, bro. I don't even like Donkey Kong, but I get lumped in because you stupid ass niggas, bro. Fuck, man. Anyway. All right, let's go read some of these chats. We got here, Jacoby says, why do you think no one will have one of the originators of the J like Nick on? I feel like people like Candace Owens and Theo Vaughn are still too scared of him. Of course they're too scared of him, bro. yeah, man. Nick is too base, man. A guy says, yes, 5D chess, dude. Everything that exposed Israel has come out under Trump, JFK, found redacted, Epstein arrested, Israel on Gaza this whole time. Then Trump said they're going to give it to us. It's a slap to his face. After that, Bibi gave him a pager. All right, bro. Okay, buddy. 5D chess. You are one of these copers. I've seen one of you guys on Twitter before. Luke Frog says, I said this young black man myself. Young black men are some of the most sensitive people. Facts, bro. Niggas don't want to hear the truth, bro. Christian Staple. Hey, man, first, thank you for everything you do. You truly have changed my life also. I'm sorry for the UK is so shit, bro. I'm so embarrassed to be here from here sometimes. Yeah, y'all niggas are cooked, bro. But you know, I'm not even mad because you idiots decided to show up to a war, wear red jackets, like, and then wonder why y'all lost. Bro. Hey, man. It ain't that bad being in the United States compared to y'all niggas, man. You guys are cooked. Cooked, man. Cooked. Jesus the Kid says, I was born and raised in Oakland, California. Ooh, sorry to hear that, bro. I got tired of the nigga behavior. See, I knew, okay. Not only from black people, from Hispanics. I moved to Utah when I was 20, and I'll more than likely never go back. I love living in the suburbs and around whites. Yeah, bro. Utah's great. Utah's great. You got those Mormon chicks. Totally safe, no blacks. Dude, I'm telling you, no blacks, you can relax. Chris Hawkins says, it's sad, man. I'm in the same boat as you. I'm black, and I don't feel comfortable in predominantly black areas. The truth is very few black people are both intelligent and have something to lose. Bro, come on, man. But see, bro, we say this shit, and they consider us traitors. Bro, everyone says this. Everyone says this behind the scenes. It's like I'm the bad guy for telling niggas the truth. Like what everyone is thinking. The white people, oh my God, those monkeys are crazy. I'm okay with I'm gonna move out of this neighborhood. You know? Asians, oh, I hate black people. They just come in and they hurry up and never buy. Right? Indians, thank you, don't come again. Even the Caribbean niggas, like, oh, I hate black people. African niggas, I am not black, I am African. Bro, everybody hates, bro. Telling you, man. Everybody hates blacks, man. Dude's got to wake up, man. I'm like the one telling him, like, bro, you guys got to change. You have to change. You got to stop the niggardry. You got to stop it. Because we're all going down together. This shit, man. Fuck. All right. Three Nicholas with the big 100.
Nope.
Shout out to you, bro. Sorry, I hit the wrong sound effect there. I'm gonna give you another Don DeMarco, bro. Thank you so much, Three Nicholas. I think most black men is the main issue. If they collectively got their act together, the way people react to them will change. Can't blame folks for not wanting to be around trouble. Yeah, bro, you can't. You really can't, bro. You can't. That's why I'm not even mad at white people and Asians and Indians. I can't be mad at these niggas, bro. W. Myron new slogan, if you're around blacks, you can't relax. I'm telling you, bro. Nigga, we all are saying that. When you're around the blacks, you can't relax. This is why we should have a segregated schools again the way of it. Goddamn, nigga. This is 1951. I literally started watching you consistently ever since you began to debrief. I learned so much. It's just much more. It's just so much more entertaining. Yeah, bro. I give you guys all the facts, but I try to do it in a way where you guys can, learn and also be entertained. Shout out to you, Sarah. I appreciate that. I hope you're watching me from a kitchen. Because if you're watching me from like an area that's not a kitchen, that'd be unacceptable. W. Myron an InfoWars stream. OSS is multiplying. Get ready, Penn State. Cool. Shit and Brick says, Myron, I didn't realize how important your show is. Yesterday was a bad day, and I couldn't focus. Even my kids were testing my patience. Grateful for all the hard work you and Fresh do for us. I got you, bro. I got you. I will keep giving you guys the heat. I'll definitely keep giving you guys the heat, man. That's why I make sure I'm always like going on at 5 because let's see here. Emac James says, I'm going to put that in a shirt and hoodie. Around the blocks, you can't relax. W. Myron O/. Appreciate that, Emac. Why is Carmelo's goal 10 million, but Austin's only 240K? Oh, yo, nigga got his GoFundMe is 10M? Yo. See what I'm trying to say, man? Bro, you don't need no goddamn 10M. Bruh. Man. All right, Joe says, Myron, I want to introduce my new law, the Chimp Act, criminal habitual isolation mandated protocol. This depots chimps of all races in El Salvador, also a race where only benefits them boys. Facts. Andy Mossberg, I'm trying to get under 12% body fat for the summer. Oh, okay. Caught up. All right. We'd love to see you have a discussion with Satan the Center about the behavior of the blacks. He's passionate about it. Yeah. I mean, well, I've talked with Satan about the whole issue, bro, for sure, before. Watch our episodes in Vegas that we did, where we covered like the black community and the fuckery, bro. Chocolate says, Myron, did you hear about a fat black woman that physically assaulted a pro-life activist woman who works for Live Action? She got bloodied and sent to the hospital. No, I didn't. All right, I'll put it up in a queue. All right, let's go to this Joe Rogan clip that you guys wanted me to see here.
And of course, there were a lot of influential Jewish people on the left who were like, no, not in this case, we're okay with it. But you guys sure are right about all that civil rights stuff. But like, no, let's not look at it. Let's not look over there. But so a lot of that has kind of reemerged. Now, I do also, I don't know. Like I talked to one kid who was like a grad student at Columbia, which was really like the center of so many of these protests, and he's Jewish. And I was like, so what's it like? And he was like, they're annoying and they're Latin. Like some of their chants are like real kind of weird. I don't really know what they mean.
Hey guys, we're at 1390 likes, man. Can you guys do me a favor and get us to? We should be at 3,000 and let's get to 3,000 likes, guys. Oh wow, I got this clip here where this girl punched her. Wow, this shit's wild. Yeah, we'll react to this next. But yeah, like the video, guys. Let's get to 2,000 at least. We're at 1,400 almost, 1,392.
By it, and I was like, well, do you ever feel like threatened? And it's like, no, it's not. Like, it's fine. They'll just chant as you walk by. And then I do know also that they had at least one time they had like a Seder service, because they got like Jewish people in those protest movements too. And so they, over last Passover, it was a year ago, they had like a Seder service with the Jews like in there too. So I don't know like what percentage of them are like just against the war and seeing pictures of dead babies and stuff like that. What percentage of them are actually, you know, like harbor resentment toward Jewish people? Like it's kind of hard to measure. But I would just say that like it almost in a very similar way to like what I was talking about with the drone war against Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. It just made them stronger. You know, it's like, hey, if you want to see less Al-Qaeda, maybe stop having the American military kill innocent civilians in their land, because that seems to be fueling them. And at the same time, for the people who are so concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism, you're like, okay, well, it has exploded since Israel's been doing this to Gaza, right? So like maybe the U.S. shouldn't be funding and arming the whole goddamn conflict, because that does seem to like at least give those people a giant talking point to latch onto. Maybe we shouldn't have a system where like our political class is not allowed to criticize a foreign government, and a foreign government that's gotten us into like 7 wars, or at least played a large role in getting us into those wars explicitly. I'm not like alleging some secret conspiracy. Yeah. I'm saying like Benjamin Netanyahu is John McCain.
Right.
Like he's been telling us Iran has a nuke. He's been telling us they're 5 years away from a nuke since I was 7. Literally, he's been.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. Heard me saying that for that long. Andrew Garcia says, did you know that you can legally marry without a prenup and still protect your assets using offshore trusts and Swiss bank accounts? In a divorce, those assets can be touched because technically you don't own them. You're just a manager, should get 0. Fair enough, bro, but, you know, are a lot of guys going to know about that and or utilize that? Potentially not. And have the wealth to actually do it? Probably not.
Saying Iran is 5 years away from a nuke the entire time. And he came over here, he testified before Congress in 2002 that we, as a regional expert, that if we were to overthrow Saddam Hussein, democracy would sweep the region and there'd be all these.
Well, what he exactly said was there would be positive reverberations all across the region, is what he said specifically. Crazy.
Positive reverberations, and then it goes, and you also got to overthrow the regime in Iran, and you also got to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi, and like every single one of these things, we, not Iran yet, still pushing for that, but we went and overthrew Saddam Hussein, we went and overthrew Muammar Gaddafi, and I don't know what swept the region, but it wasn't democracy.
No.
And Gaddafi, the reason why they wanted him gone, guys, which I got to do an episode for you guys on Gaddafi, he pretty much like eliminated all the debt and wanted to get off the U.S. dollar and the central banks, and they killed his ass immediately.
I remember in the early 2000s when I realized there's 2 fighting factions of Islam. I was like, what?
Yeah.
And that Saddam Hussein had actually kept that from boiling over.
Yeah.
Because he was in control.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Saddam Hussein was a Sunni Muslim, and Iraq had a lot of Shiites, but he was able to, keep things stabilized, keep them from fighting. Now, obviously, people say all the time, well, he killed the Kurds. Bro, all these Arab dictators go after the Kurds because the Kurds don't want to comply, right? Not saying that justifies their action, but this has just been a problem for all the Arab dictators, whether it's Bashar al-Assad, Saddam Hussein. The Kurds just don't want to assimilate.
No, I remember learning it too, right around.
They are diaspora people. They need their own country is what they need. They need their own sovereignty. The Turks don't like them.
At the same time, you're like, wait a minute. You're telling me there are shirts and skins over there?
They fight against each other? Like, what do they... Do you know the difference between Sunni and Shia?
I mean, I know that they're...
Basically, keep it simple for y'all, like, basically who Prophet Muhammad's successor would be. That's the biggest, like, difference. My brother knows way more about this. He can explain this, but because my brother is very religious. But yeah, that's essentially what it is, chat.
Difference.
To simplify it, we're gonna have someone that's a Muslim scholar explain the whole thing in chat. But yeah,
sects of Islam, but like in terms of like the religion itself.
Is it like the Catholics versus the Protestants?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Like it's always the people with the like most minor interpretations of their holy book differences who like go to war.
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's not like a crazy difference.
Or the most aggressively.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's like Catholics and the Protestants.
Sunnis are the majority guys in the Muslim world. They're like 80-90% of the Muslim world.
methods, or you know, like you
Fucking
agree on
crazy.
95% of this religion, but like whatever.
If you didn't know about that conflict, you would never believe it's real. Like Christians going to war with other Christians, like different sects. Like brutal, horrible wars.
Especially when you could like read about Jesus and you'd be like, this doesn't seem to be what he's saying at all, man.
Yeah,
like,
who's at the helm of this fucking...
King Greatness says, Martin, you should add to your merch story that slogan you said about blacks and relax. Yeah, no, I definitely will. Guys, I am going to make a merch store soon. I just got to... I'm just waiting, man. Hopefully we can get our YouTube channel remonetized. We'll see what happens, bro. If it happens, awesome. If it doesn't, then yeah. What can you do, man? What can you do? You know, niggas are gonna hate. But that's why we got Rumble. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. So, we'll see what happens. I'm a Jamaican. It's my birthday. Is it smart for me to invite 2 girls to my party and vet them same time? You could, but you are gonna have to be nimble, my friend. You are gonna have to be nimble. And the thing is that it depends on where they stand. If they don't like you that much, it might increase their like for you a little bit, but some girls might get mad. So it really depends, bro. It really, really depends. Myron, your mods are censoring me. Please remove them. David De Niro. Guys, can you stop censoring this nigga, bro? Here, let me message my guys here in the thing. Dave De Niro, they complain and say that you're annoying, though. I'm not going to lie, bro. They do complain and say that you're annoying as hell, nigga. I don't know if you are annoying. I don't want you guys, any of you guys to get banned. I let all you guys yap in here. Even some of you haters, I'll let you guys yap in here. But yeah.
Battleship.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, Josie Broski, I'm going to type in a debrief chat real quick. Okay, I'm going to fix some of this mod shit right now. Josie just messaged me and Jake. Because they're not the ones censoring you. It's somebody else.
Unbelievable to me that and I'm not claiming to be any type of religious expert, and I'm not a Christian, but it is unbelievable to me that anybody could be a Christian and could then like somehow do the mental gymnastics and rationalization to be like, and that's why you got to support every war. That's why we got to fight every single one of these wars. Because, you know, just like that guy Jesus told us, slaughter women and babies. You're like, seems like the opposite of his message from my humble understanding of it.
So the argument of that, if you want to take the argument, would be like, you have to do that to protect everyone here.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the argument, right?
Like we have to go to war with Iran, a country that doesn't have nuclear weapons or an air force capable of delivering them here.
And it's so convenient that they're evil. So convenient that they torture students and they execute Olympic gold medalists in wrestling because they protested against the government. It's so convenient.
Well, it's also like, you know, there's evil shit going on all over the world.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's terrible that there is. But isn't it interesting how, like, the next war, you know, like I did a debate at Princeton University a few months back against Josh Hammer, who's is an editor at Newsweek. And we did like an Oxford-style debate on whether the U.S. should support Israel. And you know, one of the things he said to me, so I was talking about like all this stuff, like the clean break strategy and the 7 countries in 5 years. And he was like, oh, the war in Libya, that was a totally separate thing. Like that was like a liberal interventionist war. And I was like, well, it sure is a coincidence that it was one of the 7 countries. You know what I mean? Like, what a wild coincidence.
Kind of crazy.
That the government we decided to overthrow was the exact government that 4-star General Wesley Clark told me we were planning on overthrowing way before any of these claims about how Gaddafi... all these
Libya
bullshit
one
claims.
is wild.
Yeah.
The Libya one's wild when you see how good of a leader he was. Obviously an evil dictator. No questions.
An eccentric fellow.
Yeah, definitely a piece of shit. However, for the people that lived there, they got no interest loans. They had incredible infrastructure. Their economy's doing well. They were at peace.
I think it was one of the richest countries in Africa, which is, you know, grading on a curve, but
then,
still.
a few years later, after we invade, or we helped people, we assisted, it becomes a failed state, and they have slave auctions on YouTube.
Yeah. That's right.
Now, I've heard it's recovered somewhat.
Yeah,
people reach out.
Slave auctions on YouTube is absolutely wild, bro.
From Libya and tell me that Tripoli is actually not bad
is
now.
doing better than it was. But also, and the other part of this is that this was a huge contributing factor to the migrant crisis in Europe You know, like all these things
Right.
do have like these domino effects.
Right.
Where it was, so then Gaddafi also was kind of like not allowing that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had these huge numbers of refugees pouring into Europe.
But
then
not
you see
just-
the...
All right, Josie, I'm looking right now. These usernames you gave me for Rumble, none of these usernames work. So right now there's no mods on Rumble. I'm gonna restart it and put new mods in because I keep getting complaints that people are getting censored on Rumble. So I took all the mods off and we are going to put new mods that won't censor you guys, and it's only gonna be a few. So yeah, Josie, give me the actual @ and usernames.
pouring in, but it seems like they're wanting them to pour in.
Yeah.
It seems. I mean, this is where it gets really strange. You know, I had a conversation with someone about.
Yeah, I knew someone was gonna complain about this. Bro, say peace be upon him after. What similarities you see in Islam with the Red Pill movement? Keeping women in check for sure. Uncle Myron, I always wondered what made you not a practicing Muslim, since that's your cultural faith. Is there a reason why you never completely devoted your life to Islam and actually practice like one similar to your brother? Are these things you don't believe in regarding Islamic faith? Can you enlighten me on this? No, bro, they're just annoying. Be very honest with you. Muslim niggas are annoying. They always want to sit there and compare and contrast, and you're not devout enough and all this other shit. Niggas are annoying, bro. They are annoying as fuck. The Haram police are annoying. So, honestly, even if I was to ever become religious, I would never tell y'all niggas, bro, because you guys are cancer. And this is, again, this is me saying what everyone thinks about the Haram police. You niggas are annoying, cancerous fucks. So even if I was to become devout, I would never tell y'all niggas, ever, ever, ever. Adra says, Myron, you truly saved me. Also, my marriage also made me take accountability upon myself. Started with basically 280, and now I'm at 235. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Good stuff, bro. You used to be a fat piece of shit. It's good to see that you lost that weight. I see the photo. Good work, my friend. Myron, I'm a Kurd, and my people are gassed, and we don't bring up 1% of the times them boys do. We still want our own country, though. Yeah, I know. You guys are a diaspora people for real, bro. Because you guys touch parts of Turkey, Iraq, Syria. Yeah, you guys need your own country, bro. And the thing is, America keeps, like, fucking with you guys. Like, America will give you guys aid so you guys can, like, fight their enemies, and then they'll, like, just leave you guys high and dry. Like, bro, it's kind of fucked what they do to you guys, man, with the Kurds. It's really fucked up. That's from Gaz. Myron, you should make your merch store on Shopify, then have the supporters of the O/ community advertise it. You could be making a lot of money, and I would like to rock a new debrief hoodie. Yeah, all right. All right. I gotta get someone to do it, bro. Because I'm not gonna lie, dude. All my time is spent researching shit and like recovering in between shows. Because you guys know I stream a lot, dude. I don't think there's anyone that streams more than I do at this point. I think I stream more hours than anybody else. So let's see here. I want to make sure I got all your guys' chats. Libyan leader Gaddafi in Rome for a UN summit spent several hours in the company of 200 model Italian women. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, he got all these Italian models to show up, and he gave them bitches Qurans. That's lit. That's much respectable. He's like, you're all 3 or 4s. Here's a book. Find God. Did you know you can legally marry without? Oh, got that one already. All right, I think we're caught up. Let's get back to it, and then we're gonna get into Ashley St. Clair stuff. Actually, while we're on this with the Joe Rogan thing, let me show you guys the Netanyahu bomb thing. Netanyahu. He did this right here. This is famous.
Stake is the future of the world, and nothing could imperil our common future more than the arming of Iran with nuclear weapons. In the case of Iran's nuclear plans to build a bomb.
Oh man, this is the famous bomb picture.
Bomb. This bomb has to be filled with enough enriched uranium. And Iran has to go through 3 stages. The first stage, they have to enrich enough low-enriched uranium. The second stage, they have to enrich enough medium-enriched uranium. And the third stage and final stage, they have to enrich enough high-enriched uranium for the first bomb. Where's Iran? Iran's completed the first stage. Took them many years, but they completed it, and they're 70% of the way there. Now they're well into the second stage. And by next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've told you now is not based on secret information. It's not based on military intelligence. It's based on the public reports of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Anybody could read them. They're online. So if these are the facts, and they are, where should a red line be drawn? A red line should be drawn right here. Before Iran completes the second stage of nuclear enrichment necessary to make a bomb, before Iran gets to a point where it's a few months away or a few weeks away from amassing enough enriched uranium to make a nuclear weapon. And I believe that faced with a clear red line, Iran will back down. And this will give more time for sanctions and diplomacy to convince Iran to dismantle its nuclear weapons program altogether.
All right, I'm trying to add some of you mods on here, man, but for some odd reason, Rumble is not, like, working with me here when I put your names in. Yeah, bro, this is so fucking lame. All right, I'm gonna try this one more time. All right. Okay, MS-13 stuff, let's go on to that. No, we still need mods on Rumble because what ends up happening is people spam. So when people spam, that hurts the quality of the chat, bro.
The Trump administration says is a top leader of the notoriously violent MS-13 gang was in federal court this afternoon.
7 News reporter Nick Minogue with an update on what happened in an Alexandria courtroom today.
Hey, guys, we're not even at 2,000 likes, man. Bro, we should be at 2,000. We've been on now for what? 2 hours? Oh, how long have we been on? Yeah, ninjas, come on, man. Dude, 2 hours plus. So like the video, guys. We just hit 2 hours. So like the video, guys. Let's get to 2,000 likes, man. We got 1,600. I don't want to stop the show. But as you guys know, to grow, we need to be able to get the engagement up, More people find the show, The more we grow, the more people join O/, the more people join O/, the more people wake up, the more people we wake up, the quicker we get banned. So it's awesome. Let's fucking get banned. Welcome, punch! So, yeah, like the video, ninjas. And, yeah, Josie, for some odd reason, I don't know why, when I try to put the ats, it does not work. Don't include the at symbol. All right, let me try this then. All right, without the at works. All right. So I'm going to play this video real quick. I'm going to add the mods. Mods are not going to ban you guys. We're going to have far less mods. It's less than 10.
24-year-old Henry Josue Villatoro Santos is charged with being in the U.S. illegally and
just so you guys know, this is the guy that the FBI went and arrested last week. Remember when I showed you guys Pam Bondi and Prakash Patel going after a bunch of them? this is the dude that they picked up. They held his identity in secret at first, but now they're finally revealing who he is.
Possessing a firearm. These are
That's crazy.
Photos of the firearms and ammo police say they found when they arrested him at a home in Prince William County on Thursday. In the preliminary hearing on Tuesday, a federal judge said prosecutors provided credible evidence for probable cause that Villatoro committed a crime. An ICE officer testified that Villatoro entered the U.S. illegally in 2014 when he was around 13 to 14 years old. After he was apprehended at the Texas-Mexico border, the ICE officer testified Villatoro moved to Manassas and has been living in the community with his mom ever since.
If we continue to have sanctuary city philosophies, that's where they're going to go.
Hours after Villatoro's arrest, Governor Glenn Youngkin slammed Northern Virginia communities that have local protections for illegal immigrants.
Oh, yeah. If you guys want to know more about sanctuary cities, I went into detail on this on the Alex Jones show, actually. So, you know, people really enjoyed it, I think. A lot of new people followed me on X for it. You guys know immigration is one of my things, which, by the way, speaking of immigration, guys, I will be up at Penn State covering immigration. Antifa has already said that they're going to be there because they're mad, I guess. So, yeah, hilarious. Mods, Josie, Brett, Punisher, Johnny Silverhand, Jay Brill, Blackest Panther. I gave you guys all wrenches, so you guys all should be mods now on Rumble. So you guys are going to deal with less censorship. So you guys officially got your wrenches now. I think I used all the names that you gave me. Cool.
Local jurisdictions that claim sanctuary city status are absolutely unacceptable.
In court on Tuesday, an ICE officer said Villatoro had work authorization in the U.S., but it was revoked.
Oh, wow. That's crazy that he had work authorization. Let me look this guy up real quick.
Man who the Trump...
Villatoro? MS-13. So this guy was the boss. Okay, this is his name. This nigga got that long Hispanic name, bro. For MS-13. Let me see here. Let's say USDOJ. Do they not have the USDOJ? Okay, let's see. Let's look for court documents then. Oh, this was his ring cam. Fuck. The act? Okay, skip this goddamn ad.
Being a top MS-13 gang leader, he faced a judge in Virginia about 3 hours ago.
Federal authorities arrested Henry Villatoro Santos at his Prince William County home on Thursday. They say he's in this country illegally.
Now, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin and top Trump administration officials praised a new task force responsible for his arrest.
Our Matthew Torres is at the U.S. District Court in Alexandria. Matthew, I know we've covered this extensively last week, but Santos reported a gang connection, and that didn't come up in court today.
Yeah, that's right. So despite that big celebration we heard from officials last week, and despite the U.S. Attorney General calling him one of the top MS-13 leaders in the country, there was not one mention of that notorious gang in today's hearing. Instead, we heard a lot from the lead ICE officer talking about his immigration status instead. Now, we are learning today that Henry Josue Villatoro Santos came to this country through the Texas border back in 2014 and eventually released to his mother.
He probably came in when I was on the job.
Who lives in Manassas. And since then, the federal government classified him as a special immigration juvenile, which allowed him to stay here to apply for legal status in the U.S. He was also signed a work
Obama era
authorization number similar to a Social Security number. But Officer Jason Klepek testified that Santos never applied as an adult for an extension that would have allowed him to stay in the country longer. However, public defender Valencia Roberts suggested there was a letter from immigrations about a green card application. Today's hearing, though, focuses on that one charge Santos faces: illegal possession of firearms by an alien in the country illegally.
Okay, that's what I was going to try to figure out. What did they charge him with exactly?
That is after FBI agents surrounded his mother's home in Dale City early Thursday morning. They used a stun grenade to capture him. Investigators say they found guns, ammunition, suppressors, and signs or marks of MS-13 association in his garage bedroom.
Oh, yeah, he's cooked.
In today's line of questioning, the defense implied one of the suppressors was for an airsoft rifle, which is a non-lethal replica. The officer responded, saying the ATF is still analyzing what was found. Meanwhile, Santos' mother, who spoke to WSA9's Katie Lasso last week,
so here's the FBI right here. This was, I think, their HRT team that did this hit.
Denied her son.
God damn.
Is affiliated with the gang.
Yeah, he's my son, but I don't know what is the problem.
Do you think he is in a gang? Do you know anything about him being in a gang or a leader of MS-13?
No.
What the fuck? Bro, what the hell?
So on top of the outstanding administrative immigration warrant, we are also learning there was a criminal search warrant against Santos, although the details of that warrant have not been released. And keep in mind, there is also court documents that are sealed, likely with some new information that could potentially reveal his alleged connection to the MS-13 gang. He also waived his detention hearing today, but after all of this, the judge eventually ruled there is enough probable cause to send this case to a grand jury. Guys.
Yeah, Matthew, much more to come in this saga for sure. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, they're definitely going to cook his ass. They caught him with a gun. I already knew right then and there probably they're going to hit him with federal charges.
MS-13 gang leader, linked to nearly a dozen murders, was arrested on Long Island after 4 years on the run. Joel Vargas Escobar, also known
There you go. There's your burp, niggas.
as Momia, was taken into custody Tuesday night by the FBI in Westbury, Nassau County, for his alleged role in 11 murders across Nevada and California, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Nevada. The illegal immigrant from El Salvador allegedly ran the Parkview Clique, an MS-13 subset in Las Vegas, where he reportedly ordered at least 2 killings in 2017. His capture comes amid President Trump's nationwide crackdown on illegal immigrants involved in gangs, cartels, and violent crime. The DOJ has classified groups like MS-13 as terrorist organizations. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Vargas Escobar orchestrated 11 murders and promised the administration will not rest until MS-13 is dismantled.
Yo, if you're MS-13 or you're like attacking Teslas, you're gonna be cooked, bro. They're not messing around. You attack a Tesla dealership or you're MS-13, you're cooked in this administration.
And its members locked up. Vargas Escobar was deported in 2018, but illegally re-entered the country and had been a fugitive for nearly 4 years. He was finally nabbed through a coordinated effort by the FBI and other federal agencies. FBI Director Kash Patel called it a major win, praising agents for their cross-office collaboration and vowing to keep this work going. Vargas Escobar faces racketeering, murder in aid of racketeering, and firearms charges, and a mandatory life sentence if convicted. His arrest marks another high...
Here, let me look this up too.
A dangerous...
So you have DOJ. Long Island MS-13 arrest. Because this is, I think, today. Yeah, 1 day ago. 2 days. Oh, okay, boom. Long Island, bam. Who got him? Okay, this case part of Operation Take Back America Organized Crime OSIDF case. Okay. Who ran it? This JTVF-FV. Okay, the arrest operation recorded by FBI's investigative division in Washington, D.C. with the support of FBI in Los Angeles, blah, blah, blah. Violent crime and racketeering. U.S. Attorney's test. Okay. So, yeah, it was FBI, DEA, HSI, ATF. All right, cool. Damn. Yeah, they're going hard on these niggas, bro. Bro, you're a gang member, bro. Now, especially international, you're cooked. Not a good time for you to be a gang member at all.
Revoked in 2023, and Villatoro, he said, didn't apply for a visa and possessed an El Salvador ID card. The Trump administration...
Guys, we're only at 1,800 likes, but we got like 3,100 of you guys in here, man. Like the video, ninjas. I don't want to have to stop the video to, you know what I mean? But you guys always make me do this, man. Come on, man.
Claims Villatoro is a top 3 MS-13 leader in the U.S. and the top MS-13 gang leader on the East Coast.
He was the leader over it. All of the violent crimes. So he's very dangerous.
On Tuesday, a federal prosecutor and Villatoro's public defender did not address the claims that Villatoro is a top MS-13 leader.
And that was Nick Minogue reporting.
All right. So I got, we'll cover Ashley St. Clair here in a second. You guys sent me a funny-ass video, though. We'll react to it real quick. Where'd it go? Okay, so this pro-life woman decided to do this interview. Oh, man.
So you went from saying that my outfit was really cute to saying I'm an effing idiot. That's so mean.
But I think that your point of view is very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
Oh, shit.
You have a channel?
Yeah, we're doing some interviews today.
I love your skin tone too.
See how fake girls are, bro?
Thank you. Such a good vibe.
Of course.
Well, awesome. So we're asking people's opinion today on Planned Parenthood. Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what they provide?
Yes. Abortions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Safe abortions.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any other services that they provide?
I know, like, to teens, if you're under 18, you could get like birth control, condoms, counseling. They offer a lot of, beneficial things that the youth really should use right now.
Okay. So you have a pretty positive view of Planned Parenthood.
I mean, majority. I don't know. Is this like a yes or no? Am I wrong?
It's your opinion.
But yeah, that's that.
And just so you guys know, they're doing this in New York City, a very liberal city, super woke, and yeah, shit's about to get real, I guess. Chat, is that guys? Is the chat right there? Good. That size is good for you guys for viewing purposes. I made the chat a little bit bigger. Is that better? Is that better, guys? Or should I make it smaller? Oh shit. Also, I gotta get Sulaiman on here. Let me see if he's ready. It's good now? All right, cool. Yeah, because I think it was a little too small. Also, just so you guys know, we're streaming in 4K right now, by the way, ninjas. How's that quality on that goddamn camera? Y'all see that? Look at that. Look at that. That's nice and smooth. Yeah, see, that's the only thing. I gotta fucking figure this out with the chat on this angle. But I'll fix that. Don't worry. But yeah, man, like guys, we are literally streaming in 4K. Shout out to my guy TPC Films for helping me with this. We'll figure out that camera angle on camera 3. But yeah, bro, the quality is super high. Literally on 2160 right now, y'all could get this shit 4K, man. Shout out to that shit, man. All right. And then this angle right here is gonna be even better. I'm waiting on a lens to come in. But yeah. One y'all niggas said pube chin, fuck you, bro. All right, let's get back to this shit, these weirdo chicks.
That is definitely my opinion. I feel like, especially as teens, people get caught up in things that they really don't want to commit to for their entire lives. So, yeah. If you get caught up with the wrong guy, you think you're in love, and then, whoop, now you.
She fat as hell, bro.
Stuck, not stuck, but you're stuck with a baby for the rest of.
We're gonna cover Russell Brand here in a second, chat.
You know, this time, literally the rest of their lives and your life, if you're that kind of mother, because some women just don't have it in them and they abandon them and abuse them and all kind of shit. And it's like, girl, just get rid of it if you know you're gonna do that.
Get rid of them. Why not just give them to another family? That's good.
No, but exactly even that, and that's another option that Planned Parenthood offers. So it's like, if you know that you are not the being who can provide for this child, then there are alternative options out there for you. So I definitely understand why people do abort children. Don't have babies that you don't want. Don't have babies that men are telling you in front of your face that they do not want. I wish them would stop doing that. Like it's like a plan to.
Why don't they just stop having sex with people they don't want to have a child with?
That too. To me, it's always pro-choice, your body, your life, because baby, that baby is gonna be a baby.
It's a baby.
Yeah, and you're gonna have that baby
person.
forever. So
yeah. Well, do you know that Planned Parenthood gets nearly $700 million of our taxpayer money every year?
$700 million? I mean, honestly, I can't go against Planned Parenthood. I just can't. $700 million for how many single mothers?
Of our money. But they're not giving it to single mothers, though.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna just, single out where it is that our tax dollars go, then the police, respectfully.
So it's really interesting because since 2010, prenatal care has been down for 80% since 2010 at Planned Parenthood. Adoption referrals. So this is why this is research straight from their yearly report of 2022 to 2023, I believe it is. And so they're a 501c3. They have to tell us what they do every single year. So this is straight.
Which should be any union corporation. If we are paying tax dollars towards you, I need to know that you are doing the job and doing it correctly.
Right. But let me continue to tell you. So the STI testing and treatment down 15% since 2019. Client numbers down overall 34% since 2006.
Nobody has insurance. I don't have insurance.
Donors down 21%. Contraceptives down 44%. Breast screenings, manual breast exams down over 80%. And you mentioned adoption. They commit 228 abortions for every one adoption referral. So why are they getting so much more money yet all of their services are going down?
The services are going down because people are afraid. Women.
What are they afraid of?
Women don't know. They don't know what they're exposing their bodies to. A lot of people, especially behind abortion, there's a stigma.
But their abortions are going up. So they used to have this slogan where they said safe, legal, and rare. That's what we want. Safe, legal, and rare abortions, until it was exposed that a lot of these facilities were requiring abortion quotas. So the more abortions each facility did, the more praise that they would get awards. And so it's really interesting. That doesn't really make it seem like they want safe, legal, and rare abortions.
How many people can you think, or are you going to assume, would literally abandon their children with no repercussions from the state?
No, it's called safe haven baby boxes, where at a fire station or hospital you can leave your baby and the mother doesn't have to do anything with it. But that's better than killing her baby through abortion, right?
No, ma'am.
It's not better to give your baby up to a family?
Damn, she's saying it's better to just kill the kid, bro.
Who wants them instead of killing them?
No, ma'am. I've seen so many stories and countless, literally, countless stories.
What happens in an abortion?
They literally suck the life out of you.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Now she's getting aggressive.
They're going to take the whole baby out, and as they should, because I shouldn't be a taxpayer paying child support and food stamps and WIC for
you
women
should be a
who never
taxpayer
wanted the
paying
baby.
for abortions?
Exactly. But as for a woman who didn't want the baby in the first place, that doesn't make sense to me. Don't ever sit here and lock yourself down with a man who already told you he doesn't want to be with you.
I agree with you.
I'm not disagreeing with you either. I understand.
You don't get to kill the baby just because their dad didn't want them.
You can.
I don't want to kill the baby. You guys remember that one? Remember dumbass Daisy? I don't want to kill the baby, even though she still killed the baby, allegedly.
Should we kill the kids in foster care?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Even though she's looking at her like, oh shit.
That's the case.
We should kill the kids in foster care that aren't wanted?
Who's going to take care of them? I need to know the percentage of people who take children from foster care and abuse them and molest them who makes them like personal slaves.
We should just kill them.
Statistics before you come to me talking about pro-life.
We should kill the victims of molestation.
I think. What does this have to do with molestation?
You just mentioned people molesting children. We should kill the kids in foster care is what you said.
What I'm saying is in general, overall. If I don't want to have a baby, I should have the choice to.
Just don't have sex then. Just don't have sex.
That's not even logical.
It is.
It is. Who are you, Nancy?
I sound dumb.
You
sound dumb as okay.
It does, because even as teens, people explore. And it's like, as funny as you want to be, people should still have the choice.
So you went from saying that my outfit was really cute to saying I'm an effing idiot. That's so mean.
But I think that your point of view is very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
See how mad she gets.
That's really
right there. Oh shit! She hit her with the
welcome punch.
She's like, oh my God.
Idiot. That's so mean.
But I think that your point of view is very obstructed, and I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing.
That was the shift right there. Look at that face. Look at that face. She's like, what? That bitch look like E Honda though. I ain't gonna lie.
Children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really
wrong. What's wrong with you?
You have a. Did you say suck my dick, bro? Yo, that's so New York, bro.
Welcome punch.
Oh my God.
Is she dancing after her, bro?
All right. Yeah, she attacked my wife. All right.
Mexican nigga, okay. She attacked my wife? Or Indian?
All right.
Your wife didn't attack me.
Bro, that's a liar. What? His wife didn't attack you, bro. Come on, man.
So why you wanna?
Why you still following me? Why you following me?
I wanna get out actually.
Bro, these New York girls are the worst, bro. The worst. She's bleeding.
Why you following me?
I wanna get out actually.
Yeah, bro. She literally is bleeding.
She just punched me in the face. We were just doing a street interview with my camera, and everything was fine for over 20 minutes or however long we were filming, and then she just punched me in the face. Oh my God.
She hit her pretty hard. Yeah, man. She cut her eyebrow. Probably from the glass with the glasses. Holy crap.
Oh my God.
Wow. Bro. That's crazy, man.
What I'm saying is in general, overall. If I don't want to have a baby, I should have the choice.
I'm saying that my outfit was really cute. Yeah, well, I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing.
Once she said that, yeah, it was over.
Children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
Bong, bro. That's right there, right? Well, you guys see that? Cooked.
Welcome punch.
Caught her right there, and the glass must have cut her eyebrow. That's what it is right there, bro. Bro, that fucking... Holy. Bruh. I'm gonna get Sulaiman in here in a second. We could chat it up with you guys about this shit.
What's wrong with you? That's the point. What I'm saying.
That's one and two. She hit her with the phone, too. Didn't hit her as flush, but she hit her with both. What I tell y'all, man? Around the blocks, you can't relax, man.
Bomba.
What's wrong with you? Suck my dick, bro. Like, see, no, that's why I hate these New York chicks, bro. They're the worst. And look, she just dancing and she walking away.
Don't worry. She wife.
So the Indian nigga checks on his wife, then he just...
Hey! What the f*** did you do? Alright. Yeah.
No remorse, bro. No remorse.
She attacked my wife.
Nigga said, she attacked my wife. Yeah, he a G, for sure. That nigga a G. Bruh, she ain't attacked you, you lying ass whore.
Why you following me? Why you following me? You're to get out actually.
Bro, she's so loud. Bruh. Yo, yeah, and they're in the hood too. I don't know where they're at. They're like in Brooklyn or some shit. I think they're in Brooklyn. Or the Bronx. Bro, New York is trash, bro. Anyway, we got Sulaiman in the house. Let me get him in here. Yo, Sulaiman, what's up, bro?
Yeah, doing good. How's things?
Good, man, good. Let me see if I can get... all right, let me make the Zoom meeting bigger.
I can't see you, by the way.
You can't see me? I'm gonna put my camera on right now. Welcome to the stream, bro. Can you introduce yourself real quick to the people that don't know?
Yeah, of course. My name is Sulaiman. I report news on X. Generally speaking, especially recently, it's been about the Middle East, the genocide in Gaza, what's happening in Lebanon, Iran, various others. And then also in addition to that, I report what's happening in the United States of America. Now, one issue that I do talk about quite a bit is feminism, which is very much linked to your show. And I am probably, with you, Myron, obviously, one of the most anti-feminist reporters. And so I'll be on the opposite side of feminists, irrespective of whom it is, whether it's, you know, when they're attacking men, or even if it's LGBTQ. I'll choose LGBTQ over feminists because I think the harm that they cause society is incomparable from a wide range of things, and we're going to discuss that, I'm guessing, on while I'm on here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I do.
Awesome. So I got, do you want me to pull up your tweet here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me go ahead and pull up the tweet, and I'll screen share it real fast. Can you see it or no?
I can't, but it's,
oh, you know what?
Fine.
Hold on. I know what I'll do. I'll share screen, and then you should be able to see it. I think this is it right here. Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right. So chat should be able to see it, and I'm seeing it. Yeah. So this is your tweet here. I can read it out loud, and then you can kind of explain it. So it goes here. Channel 4 and Times Russell Brand hit piece exposed. Right and left-wing British media unite to smear alternative voices. Russell Brand is a well-known alternative media personality. He doesn't follow or propagate the mainstream narrative. And access of mainstream media has colluded to destroy Rusty Rockets, as his Twitter account, reputation because he poses an existential threat to them. When he led a hedonistic lifestyle, mainstream media promoted and broadcasted stereotypically liberal behavior. At that time, they had no issue. But decades later, after he left that lifestyle and agitated mainstream media, both the right and left-wing branches, they have manufactured weak allegations out of his past, to take him out. They did the same with Andrew Tate, and they'll do the same again. The irony is that a liberal leftist society promotes hedonism, and then when the time is right, use that very behavior to cancel the person. Welcome to 2023. The media has assumed upon itself the role of prosecutor, judge, and jury with no regard for the justice system and due process. Let's do a forensic analysis into the Times and Channel 4 hit piece to see the strength of these claims. Let's look at the evidence. I don't know if you want me to go through it or you want to speak about it first. And you reported this actually almost going on 2 years now. So you called this out a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, so like just to give people a backdrop of what's happened with these charges. So obviously you know about the Andrew Tate situation. You covered that extensively. That was early 2023. And by the way, although I'm quite praising of Russell Brand there, obviously my opinions on him has changed recently, but the thing still holds through because Russell Brand, I don't know how far you want me to go on this, but Russell Brand was somebody who was in the United Kingdom was considered anti-establishment, right?
Okay.
For a very long time, highly respected. I read his book, A Revolution, a very long time ago, which was awesome, right? It was brilliant. It was fighting against those in power, fighting against the establishment, whatever it may be. Now, before that, Russell Brand in the UK was known as a very much like a hedonistic guy. He would basically have sex with a huge amount of women. Even in one of his statements, he said, as he said, he would have sex with like 80 women a day.
Holy crap.
80 women a month. And so what happened, what the situation is he was known as that. Even the Sun in the UK, the newspaper was giving him awards as Shagger of the Year. And so he was in the mainstream media. He was on Channel 4, the people who just did this hit piece, well known, well regarded, loved by them, but was known as a hedonist, would partake in these type of behaviors. And he did this for a very long time. And they encouraged it, they endorsed it. And if you look at the mainstream media, they encourage and endorse a lot of these actions. Impropriety, Channel 4. In this thread, I give examples of them promoting hedonism when it comes to Channel 4, The Times. In this thread, I give examples of them promoting sex for children, sex when it comes to children, and all of these things. So Russell Brand was someone who was considered anti-establishment very much. Because remember, when we always say, Sulaiman's left, and I'm always like, well, I'm kind of left in the idea of being anti-establishment. Because anti-establishment was a left-wing position.
Yeah.
Or free speech, which was a left-wing position.
Yep.
And so this was like kind of what Russell Brand was. But and so then what he did was he moved away from the mainstream media, kind of changed his life around, was no longer hedonistic anymore, kind of became a lot more spiritual, became anti-establishment, and then later he did his own show on YouTube, and then, as you know, because he's with you on Rumble, right? Then he did his own show on Rumble.
Now he's like a devout Christian now.
That was recent, and I will talk
recent.
a bit about that because that happened after these hit pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, yeah. It did happen after, yeah.
Yeah. So then what happens is he's talking about, and he's kind of anti-establishment, he's a little bit anti-COVID, anti-military industrial complex. But as he gets into the YouTube/Rumble and more towards Rumble, he kind of stops being too anti-establishment. He becomes a lot more middle of the ground. He kind of both sides a lot. But anyway, irrespective of that, that's my personal opinion. But the establishment came after him.
Yeah,
in
they did.
September 2023 is what you're seeing there, that thread when I wrote it. And
I remember he went on Jimmy Kimmel or one of these talk shows in America, and he talked about COVID. He went into detail about how much money they made. He names people, etc. And then like these allegations came out right after.
You're 100% right. And when I did this thread, I actually gave that either in the thread or around the same time I posted that as well and showed that actually this guy's anti-establishment. That's the reason they came for him. And so you're basically seeing that he's like anti-COVID, as you said. He's anti-war, and he's always been anti-war. If you look at his book in Revolution, it's all about like helping the working class in the UK. And that's kind of my position, is like I'm all about the poor. I'm all about the working class, supporting them. And that's what he's about. He's like, listen, those in power, these corporations are controlling things, and they're like not giving anything to the working class. And we need a revolution to fight back, or whatever it may be. So that was Russell Brand. So they did a hit piece on him exactly at that time. They didn't do a hit piece on him when he was doing the hedonism, when he was doing this impropriety.
There's a Katy
but
Perry.
Then they do the hit piece on him with these allegations of rape. Grape. I'm not sure what I'm about to say.
You're fine. You're fine.
But then they bring out allegations from 10, 15 years earlier. So,
yeah, dude, like 1999 and like 2004. I was like, what?
Exactly. And the hit piece actually doesn't have 1999, so this must be a new allegation. And I've actually cross-checked the years, and none of the years match up.
Yeah,
so
I covered it on InfoWars this morning. They were saying something from, I'm going to pull it up on the side here. Keep going, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got it in my tweet. It's like 1999, 2001, I believe, and the other one was 2004 and 2005, if I'm right from today.
That sounds right.
But the irony is that this hit piece, which was the Times and Channel 4 coming together, questioning hundreds of women that he'd slept with, going through his books, going through his videos, going through his YouTube, going through all of those things, they came out with like 3 or 4 women who allegedly claim that he raped them. But, and I debunked all that on this thread, but the years don't match up. So either the reporting was imprecise at that time, or there's a cross overlay, or these are new allegations.
Shit.
So, in terms of, hopefully that sets the kind of idea for the people. Now, what happened was he was huge in the UK. Like, he is highly respected, both in terms of he was loved when he was like the hedonistic guy, because he was a comedian, he was an entertainer, he was very much liked when he was like in Channel 4. And later in this hit piece, they claim that actually there was a lot of complaints about him when he was the host of Big Brother. I think in the UK, US, you guys have Big Brother as well, so you know what that is. And so, but then Big Brother was sold. And when it was sold, the new company, they said that when they looked at his file, there was no complaints against him, even though there were claims that he was acting in this manner. So hopefully that sets a backdrop of what happened in terms of the allegations. Then I can go down into these allegations or break them down, because each one is kind of, I mean, they're weak.
Oh yeah, and if
right?
you need to share a screen, I'm gonna make you co-host so you can share a screen if you need to.
Cool. So now the first allegation was, so they basically drummed up like 3 or 4 women. And you know what's shocking about these, which I debunked? And remember, like, I don't like Russell Brand that much anymore, right? Because I feel like he's kind of been a lot more presenting the Zionist position. He's been with Rabbi Shmuley, he's been with RFK, he's kind of been like trying to, you know, say, oh, Israel, I'm a Christian and I believe in the idea of Israel and all these kind of things, right? So it's not someone that I like anymore, even though I respected him a lot previously. But despite that being the case, like, we have to be honorable and we have to speak the truth, right? And the truth is that we know there's a huge problem when it comes to women falsely accusing men and the harm that does to society, because these allegations add to the point that a woman in these cases, every single one of those women who made those allegations in that report were in a long-term relationship with him.
Really?
Exactly.
These aren't like
shocking,
random
right?
chicks. These are women that he actually was in long-term. Okay, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Exactly. So just think about that, right? That it's not a random one-night stand, where a woman doesn't realize what's happening, or, you know, and then she accuses him of rape. But these are all long-term relationships, and this is why it's important, because people are like, "Oh, why are you supporting Russell Brand?" I think I've had a lot of hate today for kind of, you know, reposting a lot of these things. That why are you supporting him? He's the Zionist shill or whatever it may be. But the issue is, yeah, I'm against Zionism significantly, and I've called Russell Brand out about that, and even his apology, I called it out today. I mean, even his video, what he did for 1 minute, where he's like, oh, these allegations are weak against me, but why doesn't the UK government talk about Stockport? And I know Stockport is a Zionist propaganda piece, which I came on your show about a year ago to speak about in terms of the, you know, the riots that occurred in the UK. So again, I called him out on that. But the reason why this is important, just think about this now. A woman can be in a relationship with you, with me, for a very long period of time. And just because she doesn't like what's happened, and when I go through this, you'll see the shocking nature of what happened, she can just accuse you of rape. And how are you going to disprove that? Like, you can have had sex with her like 100 times, and it could be like time number 33, he raped me. And that is like the ridiculous nature of this. And the harm that does is to men, A, they'll be afraid to basically have normal relations with women. B, when they do, their lives can be destroyed. And it causes a fracture within the dynamic, because a woman in a normal relationship, in a normal nuclear family, must respect the man. She must know that he's the leader of the family, and I should respect what he says and what he does. But if there's this ability that a woman can show a huge amount of disrespect, and then if she doesn't like what the man says or disagrees with what his thought is, that she can falsely accuse him of something, this is the level of harm can do. So therefore, I feel like I'm being consistent in backing up Russell Brand about this issue because of the harm that it causes to society, even though I disagree with the way he's been acting over the last year in terms of some of his comments that have been a bit more Zionist.
Yeah, no, I mean, that just shows integrity, that even though you don't agree with his position and you have every reason to actually trash him right now, you're like, no, this is wrong. We could disagree on something, but this is BS. And you know, I agree. Like, anytime guys get accused with this Me Too stuff, I'm always skeptical now, because women have way too much to gain and they don't have too much to prove. And I didn't know that these women were actually long-term relationships with him, and that makes it even crazier, because it's like, you know, do they have a vested interest in getting money now? Did the police tell them, oh yeah, we just need you to, we want to get this guy? Like, and then the UK in general, like, dude, you could go to jail for tweets in the UK, man. I'm not going to go next week because of this shit. Like, it's crazy.
You're completely accurate in terms of the UK. And also on top of that, you said, why did the women come out? Well, again, I'm going to explain that because actually what happened is one of the women made a complaint to the newspaper, went to the papers, and then the Times and the Channel 4 did this entire investigation. So they approached these women themselves, hundreds of women, and said, by the way, have you got any stories on Russell Brand? Has he raped you? Has he abused you? Has he done all these things? And despite there being hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of it, probably thousands upon thousands of women that he's had sex with, because remember, even he went to rehab for sex addiction. And that's where he met one of the women. And so he was someone who had an issue in terms of like the sexual addiction, and he was having sex with a lot of women, and he met one of the women in like basically in this like sex addiction like support group, and yet basically they were only able to find these few women. Now there may be a few more based on what's happened today. We'll have to see, but again, we'll have to break down what's happened when we get more information out on this. So that's that, and then I'll go through the individual ones if you like.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Go through, go through each individual one, because like I said, I just heard about this story literally this morning when I was in Texas, and then I got in. I didn't even get a chance to fully research it as much as I wanted to. So, and you've already covered it, so go ahead and go into detail.
Yeah. So the first woman is a woman he had relations with. He had a long-term relationship. She was in LA, Los Angeles, and what happens is in there. She basically comes in, he pushes her against the wall, and he has sex with her. She claims afterwards that and he has a long-term relationship with her, right?
Is she British?
And apparently,
this woman is British. This woman is British, right?
No, she's American.
Okay.
From Los Angeles.
Okay.
And this happened in Los Angeles, the first one. And so what happens is with this woman, he basically pushes her against the wall. She claims that her clothes get stuck. And then he has sex with her, and she's like, and this is the important point. She says, I didn't consent. And also in the same incident, if I remember right, she claims that there was also somebody else upstairs in the bedroom who Russell Brand was also having sexual relationship with. So that kind of annoyed her, right?
Okay.
Now, what she said afterwards was, and there's a text message, and they put this in the article, I believe it's tweet 4 or 5 in my tweets. Let me just quickly check. And in there, she basically, they take the text messages she sent and say that, look, he admitted to raping her. But in reality, when you look at those text messages, that's not the case. He's not admitting to raping. What he's admitting to is, it's tweet number 5. Okay. What he's admitting to is not using a condom.
Okay.
Stealthing, basically. And I'll talk a bit about that because it's an important point.
Okay.
Because that's another thing that's used against men to basically, make claims of rape against them and basically send them to prison.
Okay. Do you want me to show the tweet on screen, or you're just reading from it? You're good.
I don't mind either. So basically, in the tweet, he says, look, I'm sorry. That was crazy and selfish. I hope you can forgive me. I know that you're a lovely person, X. So Russell Brand texts that to a woman called Nadia. Nadia isn't really her name. So it's like a fake name that's given to her.
Okay.
For the article. And she replies, you scared the shit out of me. You're right. I am a lovely person. And for you to take advantage of me like that is unacceptable. You have a problem. You need help. It's dangerous that you think you can get your way all the time. Do you know how crazy you are when the glaze look comes over you? When a girl says no, it means no. Do I have to go and get myself tested? Last time you asked me, condom or no condom. When I say condom, that doesn't mean it's optional. You don't have the best reputation. I pride myself on being safe and trying to make the right decisions. Obviously, this was a bad one. I'm so disappointed. And then he replies, I'm very sorry. You don't need to get tested. I will make this up to you somehow with love and kindness. Not my original idea, which was more sex. You've been lovely to me, and I'm embarrassed by my behavior. Sorry. Now, there's a couple of points about this text message, because they're using this text message exchange as a claim that basically he took part, basically he raped her. But in reality, there's two things happening. First of all, the text message looks like it's been doctored, right? Because when you look at the text message from the word, do I have to go and get myself tested, it doesn't look like the rest of the text.
Yeah.
So that's the
yeah.
first thing.
Yep.
But it could be it is. So let's go with the idea that it is, but that's something important to note. And the second point is this. From this exchange, it's clear that what they're talking about is stealthing, which is that basically a guy doesn't use a condom, even though the girl wanted him to use the condom.
Yep.
Right? And this is the very claim that was used against Julian Assange. So Julian Assange, if you remember, one of the claims they used to basically imprison him initially was that they claimed that he'd raped some women in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
And the claim afterwards was that he'd partaken in stealthing, which is that he didn't use a condom when he was meant to. So clearly this isn't about non-consent, this exchange, but it's about whether he used a condom or not. But I think that's important because they use this text to claim that he basically raped her.
Mm-hmm. And I had the text on screen while you were going through it.
Awesome.
For them, yeah.
So that's the first woman. And this is a woman he had a long-term relationship with. And it was a woman that basically, again, she was, this is the information. So you take that with what you want.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is, it's a woman who was, it's a person who, this is where it's controversial. It was a 16-year-old.
Oh.
Right. Now, they call her Alicia.
Okay. But isn't that the age of consent in England?
Exactly.
Okay.
So this is the issue. In the UK, the age of consent is 16. Mm-hmm. Right? Now, you can disagree with that.
Yeah.
And I do. I think the age of consent should be 18.
Yeah.
But it's the law in the UK that is the age of consent is 16.
Yeah.
Which means if you have sexual relations with a 16-year-old, it's not illegal.
Yeah.
Right? And the weird thing about the UK is, and this is why they make a confusion in the UK is...
And even some states in America are 16. Again, I don't agree with it. I think that's way too young. But yeah, if it's legal in the UK, it's legal, I guess. So
yeah. And what makes the UK weird is the fact that anyone under the age of 18 in the UK legally is defined as a minor.
Wait, what?
Right? Yeah. Anyone under the age of 18 is legally defined as a minor.
Oh, wow.
Right?
That's confusing. Okay.
But it's confusing. So sometimes people will be like, oh, he had sex with a minor. And they're accurate. But then legally, you're allowed to have sex with a 16-year-old. So essentially, you can see where the and I don't want to say what it is because obviously they're going to snip this out of context and try and say that I'm saying something is allowed to happen. But the point is, you can see the kind of false dichotomy with these two positions.
That's incredibly confusing, especially the fact that he's an American entertainer and he's getting accused for this in the United Kingdom. Americans probably won't, most Americans wouldn't even know that until you just explained it.
Yeah. And he's a Brit. But you're right, he became famous in America as well. He's famous in both. He's one of the few who's like a cross.
Yeah, he actually, he successfully did both. Exactly. So, wow. So, age of consent is 16, but they're still considered a minor. So, technically, if you were to say Russell Brand had sex with a minor, you're telling the truth, but it's not illegal in the United Kingdom.
Exactly.
Wow. Talk about confusing. I could imagine in America too how they could spin that and make it look terrible in America because they don't know that it's legal in the UK.
Well, they did the same thing with Tate, right? Because there's a video where Tate says he had sex with a 16-year-old in the UK, and then they say he had sex with a minor, and they kind of used that whole thing to basically.
Okay.
So I think that's a very important point to note. So it's. Basically, again, he has and by the way, so according to in the UK, just to be clear, because it's not like the US, because in the US, you guys have a law that, for example, if you're 17, you can date an 18-year-old, depending on what state you are, because there's not that much of an age difference between you.
Yeah.
But in the UK, you can essentially, legally, by the way, I don't agree with this. I think age of consent should be 18, but legally, at the age of 16, you could have sex with like a 50-year-old, and that wouldn't be considered illegal.
Okay. So there's no Romeo and Juliet laws there at all, like we have here. Okay. Which is like the close age proximity.
Exactly. And in addition to that, you've basically got a scenario where, well, I'll talk about this in a second, but what we know is that when this happens, when it's a man and a woman, is dealt with completely different to a scenario when it's a woman and a man, right? Because we have many such scenarios where women basically, old women date young men and it's considered appropriate or acceptable, and there's a major age gap. A good example of this is a guy called Aaron Taylor Johnson, who was 18 and he was dating Sam Taylor Wood, who was 42. Or the famous one everyone knows is the Macron of France, and he was 15 when his wife basically was dating, or basically had a first interaction with him, and she was widely older than him.
Yeah.
So I think those things are important to know, because again, what they do is some things are considered acceptable when a woman does it, but not considered acceptable when a man does it as well. So it shows the hypocrisy of Western society and what's happening right now. So now coming back to the 16-year-old, things get worse. So he has this relationship with this 16-year-old, again, over a number of months. Her mum is aware of it.
Okay.
Her mum even drops her off one of the times.
Wow. What year is this? Is this like in the early 2010s as usual, when he was like doing all this?
That one's 2006.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And her mum, even one of the times they said that when the mum drops him, the daughter off, he snogs the mum as well. Right. And so, and the 16-year-old says that basically where she didn't consent was basically he tried to perform, get her to perform oral sex, and then she pushes him away. He continues, she pushes him away, and then he stops as soon as he realizes that she doesn't want to do that. Right. But again, they have a long-term relationship, and this happens in between.
That's where the oral charge came from then.
Yeah, if there is an oral charge.
I think I saw something where it said like oral charge or something like that, forced oral.
Yeah. And then even that 16-year-old dumps him when she finds him sleeping with another guy, another girl.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happens is the 16-year-old is the one who later, many, many years later, I believe it was 10, 15 years later, she basically asks him for money. And she asks him for money, and his lawyer gets involved, and he refuses, and says, this is an attempt of blackmail. We are not going to pay you out. No rape occurred. Everything was consensual.
Oh, did she threaten? So she didn't just ask for money. She asked for money with a threat.
Well, the lawyer said, we don't know the specific text of what occurred, but the lawyer said, you are attempting to blackmail us. So the lawyer said that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, her retort to that was, I never asked for money. It was my lawyer who asked for the money, which is ridiculous because anyone knows that the lawyer acts on the instructions of the client.
Yeah, and not only that, the lawyer would put themselves in a really bad position if they were to be basically try to blackmail or extort someone like that.
For the woman. Yeah. And so this is basically the situation. Alice, and Alice is not her real name. I'm just giving it again. The papers gave it as a pseudonym. And so what happens is she's the one who is the first person to go to the Times and Channel 4 in terms of the reporting and how this whole entire investigation occurs.
Wow.
The third woman is again somebody from the United States of America. Again, it's from.
Question for you, Sulaiman. How the hell are they charging rape that occurred in the United States against him?
Well, this is the thing, because if you look at the charges today, and if it is accurate, none of the LA ones weren't included.
Okay, they didn't. So you're just describing the victim. You're not describing the act that he was charged for.
I'm describing the 3 or 4 victims, alleged victims, who I obviously don't believe they're victims, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just describing the 3 or 4 victims who were in the Channel 4 and the Times hit piece in 2023.
Gotcha. So we don't even know if the charges are coming from them.
Exactly.
Okay. We don't know who the actual government witnesses are yet.
Exactly.
Okay. My bad. All right, because I got confused.
And in terms of the government ones, clearly when this investigation occurred, some of those ones weren't in this.
Okay.
Because, like I said, 2 of the women allegedly are from LA.
Okay.
And one of them is his ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
I'd
be shocked if American charges came.
The charges today, actually, let me get it up because I think it's important. I did tweet it. Is let me quickly read that to your. Oh, here it goes.
Yeah.
So it's 1 account of rape in Bournemouth, which is basically down south, in 1999.
Can you share your screen or no? We'll let you share your screen.
let me send you because I actually don't know how to do this. I'm a bit like. Let me see.
Yeah, click the little green thing on the bottom where it says share, and it'll let you share your screen.
Oh yeah, all right.
And you got calls, so you should be able to do it without a problem. And then I'll tell you if I see it. But you'll see like a green little border.
How's that work?
Yep, we can see it. Yep, you're good.
Yeah. So you can see one account of rape in Bournemouth. Bournemouth is like basically down south of the UK. So that clearly isn't in the hit piece. And then the other three are all in Westminster. One's in 2001 and the other two are in 2004 and 2005. My assumption is that the 2004 and the 2004 and 2005, because it matches the story, as you said, Myron, likely is Alice. But again, we don't know.
The alleged 16-year-old.
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
Gotcha.
Who basically now would be, what, 37.
Gotcha.
And this one is a bit earlier, so these two do seem like they'll be someone different, but are not in the Times hit piece.
You don't think? Okay, so you don't think it'll be the LA girl? She never went to London with him or the UK.
No, because the LA girl, because he wasn't even well known in America at that time. He went to America in like the late 2000s, early 2000s and 10s. So the one in
that's when
LA,
I started finding out about him. He got with Katy Perry and all that in like 2010s. Like he got famous in the US like I would say late 2010, like early 2010s, like 2008, 2009, 2010 onward. That's when he started to blow up in America.
Exactly. So so as you said, it's because the 2010 one, which is the one I described first, the painting one.
Yep.
That one was in 2012.
Okay.
And then the second one I'm about to describe is in 2013.
Okay.
So the 2013 one, again, like the story just doesn't match up. The claim is that basically he goes into a hotel room, they basically have sex, she doesn't agree to it. And actually, no, they don't even have sex. He just touches her. He feels her up, right?
Okay.
And she actually says, he did not rape me.
Okay.
So she's trying to say that he physically touched her. And that was where the sexual impropriety occurred. And she says he doesn't physically rape me. And then she's crying and then she leaves distraught. And what she claims is that there was one individual who heard it and later said to her, oh, guess what? I really feel bad about what happened. I wish I was strong enough to protect you at that time and report it to the police. But when the Channel 4 and the Times spoke to that person, when the Channel 4 and Times asked her that, can we speak to that person, asked Phoebe, can we speak to that person? She wasn't able to divulge the information of that person, and nor did that person come forward. Therefore, that kind of story is non-corroborated. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. So, but of course, the media use that as a hit piece against them in their little thing.
Exactly. And then the last one was his ex.
Okay.
And his ex wrote a book about him. But what she did was she didn't write about him because, she didn't want to get sued for defamation. And my thesis is that actually, if what you're saying is true, why would you be afraid about naming? Unless you were afraid of a defamation claim, right?
Yeah.
Because she literally names him without naming. So she called him something like, and I can't remember the name now, but like rather than Russell Brand, like Tussle. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So in that story, she basically again claims that he kind of, was aggressive towards her. In one of the claims, she claims that he basically used to make her brush the teeth really harshly so that she didn't taste the same as normal when she was kissing her. Or in another claim, she claims that he physically touched her up again when she didn't want it. But again, he's in long-term relationships with all of these people. So those are the 4 claims. And as you can see, extremely weak.
Yeah.
Don't have a huge amount of merit. And you remember, these are from, like, for example, Channel 4 News and The Times, who have basically been the front runners when it comes to liberalism, when it comes to perpetuating hedonism. You look at a lot of their shows, whether it's shows like Euphoria and various others that basically perpetuate and promote like child sex, because there'll be like 15-year-olds having sex with 14-year-olds, and they have so many shows like that. And so the irony of like basically these people complaining about these actions when they're the ones who perpetuate it. So it clearly was a hit piece, hence why I kind of did that thread. I think that even at that time, my view, like I only had like maybe 100,000 followers at that time, but again, it blew up because it was kind of like an analysis of the hit piece.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's an enormous amount of information. I didn't know all that. So, Can you? So, is it easier to Me Too somebody in the United Kingdom versus the United States? You would say?
It's a very good question, actually. I think it's a brilliant question. I think it's equally easy. I think it's the same. Just like you guys had the huge Me Too movement, and it became so significant that you got to a point where basically men were basically being accused of rape, or anything men did would basically, you know, they get in trouble for. We had the same thing in the UK, because remember, like US, this is why we're always interested in US politics and US culture, because all of it impacts like the world. And so when the Me Too movement became so big, yeah, I know many people who were falsely accused and their lives destroyed in the UK based on these false allegations, based on you know, the Me Too movement. What's interesting is they always make this claim, and they're like,
it went over there. So when it started here, like 2016ish or whatever, you're saying it started to spread over there.
Oh, 100%. It was literally like a complete overlay, because you have to remember, UK is very much more of a woke liberal country compared to the US. And so UK is a more woke liberal country. UK is more of an atheistic country. UK is more of a feminist country. So when the US is coming up with extreme feminist ideas, they're going to be like, yes, bruv, send us some more. So that's literally what happened.
Man, dude, you know, it's crazy too, because, you know, obviously me and you had our little conversation. Like, people asking me, Myron, are you going to go to the UK? And I'm like, I don't think I am anymore, man, because it's probably going to be a little risky for me given my political views and stuff. Can you talk a little bit about free speech in the UK, and I guess people that might be entertainers or people that might have controversial conservative viewpoints, should they like stay away from potentially going in the United Kingdom, man? Because I'm legit like, damn, like I wanted to go. We had a thing set up with Standout TV. I had been there multiple times before, but given how I've spoken about, you know, Israel, and I've said some things that might piss people off, it's like, damn, I might really get fucked up if I go over there. So, yeah.
So your positions on Israel, people would love you for, right? Because the UK is very much anti-Israel. So think about the UK. We had 1 million people go to London in a march to march against Israel and the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And remember, our adult population is only 40 million. So just think, almost 2-3% of the population went out physically to protest.
That's
so
crazy.
On that one, you would be lauded. You'd be considered a king amongst men. But in terms of your opinion on women and your show
Cooked,
and your friendship with Tate, obviously, there's a high likelihood that you would be incarcerated. And the reason for that is because, again, feminism is huge in the UK, much more worse than the UK. Liberalism is much more worse in the UK, as I said. And so if you look at your viewpoints, even though you're speaking about those things from a men's right perspective, which is what I do. Like, we don't hate women, but at the same time, you've seen the way men have been abused, men have been degraded, men have been either degraded or feminized. And you look at, for example, most of the rough sleepers or homelessness are men. Most of the suicides are occurring from men. And so we know the reason we're doing it is actually for the right reasons, because it's the protection of men, because it creates a stable society. And you need a stable, functioning society for the society to succeed. But from their perspective, obviously, they'll be just like cliches, like he's a misogynist. He was basically attacking rape victims. Even now, like this show, if it was declipped, it'd be like, these guys are basically attacking rape victims, they're supporting rapists, and these type of things. In the UK, that would be used against you. So if you look at like a lot of the attack that's happening against the Tates, it is very much based on that. And then basically you doing a number of shows about that would be definitely a crossover list. So I do agree. In terms of a speech perspective, there would be a huge risk. But then remember, in the US, you have similar problems, because in the US, it just came out yesterday or the day before, right? That as you know, when the Tates went to Florida, Ron DeSantis came out and said, we're starting an investigation.
Yeah.
But apparently, yeah, exactly.
That was crazy.
And you know about that, right?
No, it was embarrassing that he even would say that. Like, what the hell? Him and the Attorney General were idiots.
Well, they went one step further, because you saw yesterday or today it came out that the Attorney General went to the United Kingdom and said that if you want them, we'll extradite them.
Oh, I did not know that. Really?
Yes.
The Attorney General of Florida.
Yes. And so the UK didn't comply, so they didn't want him extradited, so they didn't get him, right? But
that should tell you the charges are weak. Then, if they don't even want to pay for them to get extradited, that tells you the charges are weak out of the UK.
Well,
dog and pony show.
when you look at the UK charges, I don't know, because I followed the Tate case significantly at the beginning, but then I've less so been looking into it in too much detail. But if you look at the the two UK charges that I looked into in about January, February time, they were extremely weak. Like I even broke down, like it was the women were basically, you know, the
Can you
police
explain
found
it
that
to
the
the
women were
audience real
kind
quick?
of.
Can you
Sorry?
explain? Can you explain it to the audience like what the UK charges are? Because I remember they made a big stink about it. Like, oh yeah, we after they're done with their Romania case, UK wants them from Romania, and we have new charges. Can you explain to the audience like what these UK charges are?
Yeah, so in terms of what specifically the breadth of the UK charges, I don't know them in detail, but the ones I know, the kind of the claims that I know about, I can speak about because I did a threads on them. So the ones I know about is one is that what happens is basically the Tates, and I'm roughly trying to remember because it's been a couple of years now, but the Tates basically throw a woman out, right? And what she does is she complains to the police about rape. And then when she complains to the police about rape, the police take devices because at that time,
oh yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, at that time they would just take the devices as evidence. They don't really do that anymore. And so when they took the devices, what they found is that her and another woman were basically corroborating together to manufacture fake information about the Tates.
Yeah.
And because of that, they didn't take it forward.
Yeah, they were collaborating to like lie and shit. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. And so that was one of the incidences that was basically extremely weak. And so that's the reason why. And I believe the other one was, and I can't remember if it's the same one or not because it's been a while, and I don't remember if it's the UK, but one of them, he says like, I want to rape you. And then she replies and says, it's not rape if I consent.
Yes, and they cut that part out.
Exactly. They cut that part out of the Vice hit piece and then of this as well. So again, there's like, those are the ones I know, like, obviously the ones I know about, I'll speak about. The other ones that I'm not sure about, obviously.
Yeah, because they brought up some new stuff recently. But like, in my mind, like, I guess it must not be that strong. Because like I said before, if it was that strong, while they were in the U.S., they would have picked them up and extradited them, but they didn't. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, it can't be... You know, if they really want you, they're gonna extradite you and work to get you extradited over. And then, you know, this attorney general cucking like, oh yeah, do you guys wanna? And the fact that he even went over there to UK to say that, like, bro, well, what the hell? So,
well, the only other possibility could be, which obviously to be fair, is that maybe the UK think that because they have an agreement with Romania, and with Romania is that once the Romania case ends, that the Romanians extradite him to the UK. So maybe they're not trying to extradite him before the agreement that they have with Romania. So that's a possibility as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the whole fact that they're even... The UK is trying to do anything after the fact tells me that, like, Romania feels as though they might not have a case anymore. And they're like, might need something... Because it seems as though, like, all of Europe is, like, going after these guys. I mean, this adolescence thing is a clear hit piece. It's just ridiculous, man. I mean, the fact that I'm even like, okay, I don't know if I can go to the UK now, that just goes to show, like, for tweets and for speech. Crazy.
So and what's worse is, like, with the UK, as you said, it's for tweets. It's basically, there should be free speech in the UK, but there's not. Obviously, we don't have the First Amendment like the UK. But even, like, for example, if you're reporting on information, you're a streamer, you're just reporting on information. You have your thoughts and process, you analyze it based on your paradigm, and yet you're a risk. I basically a citizen journalist. I basically look at information, analyze it, and then relay the news, irrespective of what it be. Of course, a person, when they relay in the news, they have certain perspectives that they believe in or they think is important. And when my perspective has always been that I don't trust anything on mainstream media and social media. So as soon as anyone post anything, I immediately don't trust it and I need to look into it. So in reality, that's how I looked into like various other things. And
How do journalists operate in the UK with literally restrictive speech laws?
Well, this is the thing, right? So, and actually, even though I said about people would love you in the UK, and you made actually a good point, because actually the government wouldn't. Because in the UK, if you're a journalist, you're the mainstream media anyway, so you're not going to have any issues because you're perpetuating the mainstream media narrative. But there have been a number of journalists who are pro-Palestine, who have been reporting the news from the pro-Palestinian perspective, such as Richard Medhurst, Asa Winstanley, Sarah Wilkinson, and various others who've literally, and none of them, they're all basically white, right? So it isn't like a race issue, are all pro-Palestine, and they've all been arrested.
Wow.
In the UK.
And let me guess, they're independent journalists.
All of them are independent journalists reporting on social media or on Twitter. And so,
what's the law?
Basically,
Sorry? What is the law that they arrest them for reporting, a genocide or war crimes?
So for some of them, it's they've claimed terrorism under the Terrorism Act, Section 7, I believe, or something. I can't remember now. It's been a while.
Wow.
So yeah, there is a huge amount of like issue to speak. This is why I love the United States of America, right? Because you guys have the First Amendment, you have free speech, you have the ability to say what you want, and obviously this is why I've been speaking out against the fact that Trump's been attacking that recently in terms of the college protests, where an area for free speech, a country for free speech, for a foreign nation, you are basically having an attack on the First Amendment and having people deported because they disagree with the foreign nation. And this is why we're all highly concerned about US, because as I said, if US becomes even more totalitarian, draconian, and anti-free speech, what do you think happens to a country like UK, which is already that?
Yeah, no, and I've been very critical of it too. I talked about how, ICE is prioritizing deporting college students that are legally here, by the way, that have F1 visas, prioritizing deporting them over people that are actually illegally here. That's ridiculous to me. Absolutely ridiculous because of Israel.
Yeah, you have people with green cards.
Yep.
You have, for example, the vast majority of now the big ones have been PhD students. So this isn't even like college in terms of like doing a BA. It's not even MA. It's literally basically a doctoral thesis or postdoc. So basically it's academics, highest level academics, who one of them just wrote an op-ed. So she just literally wrote an opinion piece, and for that she basically is being deported.
Yeah, dude, in Boston, I saw that. And they ran up on her too while she was going to go break her fast. Like, dude, you just write an article? Like that's absolutely ridiculous. She didn't even protest. She didn't even go out and protest. She wrote a piece. So yeah, dude, like I agree that that this is extremely problematic, because here's the thing, and I talked about this with Alex Jones. ICE only has a finite amount of resources, and he actually agreed with this, that this is ridiculous that they're even spending money on doing this. ICE only has a finite amount of resources to deport people. They only can get certain bed space, certain amount of ICE officers, etc. Like, you saw the resources it took just to bring her in. One person, seven ERO guys. So they have to spend all that time to get her, etc., track her down, etc. Like, dude, there's a big Cape Verde problem in Boston. There's a lot of illegal Brazilians in Boston that they could be going after that are committing all kinds of crimes, marriage fraud, etc. They have huge marriage fraud Brazilian rings out in Framingham, Massachusetts. I'm very familiar with that area. Cape Verdean gangs all over the place. But they're over here going after a girl that's legally there, that goes to Tufts, a very good school, so she's obviously not an idiot, and they want to go ahead and go after her for writing an article. A ridiculous waste of resources, man. She's legally there too. So it's like, what are you doing? Like, look, we don't have to agree with her politically. I don't, some of these students that they're deporting are radical leftists, but you know what? They're legally here. I would say we need to focus on getting rid of the people that are here illegally versus the people that are here legally that we don't like their speech. And the crazy part too, Sulaiman, that pissed me off, and I said this too with Alex, I was like, I find it crazy that if these students had just burned an American flag and talked about Trump, they'd be better off. They'd be better off. But if they talk about Netanyahu or Israel, they're getting deported. And I forget the guy's name. It's some fat POS. He was bragging about this. Yeah, Trump is helping us out. I think, we can, these anti-Semites, we can't win their body and minds because their body and minds are corrupted and they're bad people. But we can ruin their lives by, defunding them, putting them in jail, etc. For speech? For speech, dude? Like, bro, if you guys don't like it, go back to fucking Tel Aviv, man. So yeah, and then the fact that they got rid of Mahmoud Khalil, he's a green card holder. Like, he's not even a student visa. He's literally a green card holder. So it's like, and that's right below a citizen, for those that are unaware, like a lawful permanent resident. That's like right below a citizen. You could do everything a citizen could do except for vote. So, this is very, very problematic. Again, a lot of these MAGA people, and I tell them all the time, look, I'm a conservative just like you guys, and I know you guys are like, yeah, get rid of these guys. They're Hamas sympathizers. But guess what? Free speech is free speech, whether you like it or not, right? You're no better than the liberals that you were crying about censoring us for the past 4 years. You're doing the same thing, and we're doing it for a foreign nation, what makes it even worse. And the other thing, too, that a lot of people are stupid. They don't get this, and I'd love to get your take on this. It's very different. It's very difficult to separate Hamas from pro-Palestine. Now, can you be pro-Palestine without being pro-Hamas? Of course you can. But the problem is that if you advocate for the pro-Palestinian cause and like you want the bombing to stop, etc., that inevitably also benefits Hamas. So it's easily interpreted as you being pro-Hamas because you want the bombing to stop, because they also benefit when they bring in aid. They also benefit when they bring in food. They also benefit when they're not getting bombed all over the place. So people sit there and say, oh, well, you're pro-Hamas because you want the bombing to stop. Well, no, there's a lot of innocent people there too that are dying. So it's very easy, since it's so ambiguous, for these people that are super pro-Israel or these people that want these anti-Semitism laws, it's very easy for them to say, oh, well, you're pro-Hamas by saying you want the bombing to stop, because they also benefit. Because people don't understand that Hamas is the governing body. So though they're a terrorist organization, according to the United States and many other Western countries, they are the governing body. So I look at it like this, right? Osama Bin Laden famously wrote the letter to America where he condemned the American government, and he said, well, since the American people support the American government by paying taxes, I am okay to go ahead and do this terrorist attack and kill 3,000 Americans. And we said, no, that's unacceptable. You cannot sit here and kill innocent people because you disagree with the government. I agree. Like, that's probably like, no, Osama, you're a terrorist. What the hell's wrong with you? But we're using that same methodology, right, that Osama used to justify his violence against the Americans now in Gaza. Oh, well, Hamas is the governing body, so we're going to go ahead and go collective punishment. We cannot sit there and punish, Osama Bin Laden and call him a terrorist, which rightfully so, he did the wrong thing, by killing 3,000 innocent Americans, as well as other entities, but that's a whole other conversation. If we're going to go and have that logic when it comes to Osama Bin Laden, rightfully so, we need to have that same logic with the innocent people in Gaza. They're being punished collectively for their government, for their government's actions. That's not their fault. The kids shouldn't be dying because these dudes decided to do what they did. So anyway, I don't know what your take is on that, but it's wild, man.
Yeah. First of all, completely agree with the entire monologue. I've got to tell you, Myron Gaines Updates channel to clip that, because that was golden.
Yeah, it's inseparable, bro. You can't punish everybody for the acts of the government. We get mad when people try to blame us for the acts of our government and attack us, because the terrorists always blame our government when they attack American citizens. No, you can't do that. So if we're going to have that mindset where you can't kill innocent people, we need to stay. We're the United States. We're supposed to be the world leaders. So we are saying you can't do that to us. We can't do that to other people either.
Yeah, so let me just explain a few points on which I agree with. So the first thing is, what I noticed immediately after October the 7th was, when the Zionist media, that's the mainstream media and even the social media, they never called it the Palestine-Israel war. They called it the Hamas-Israel war. And I noticed that immediately, and I had a few disagreements with like Mario and a few others because they kept on calling it that. Because I said, this is Zionist propaganda. They intentionally want to call it the Hamas war, because then what they'll do is say, guess what? It's a war against Hamas. They're all Hamas, and therefore we want to murder all of them, and therefore when we're murdering innocent civilians, we're really murdering Hamas. So there was an intentional reasoning, and which adds to your point, which basically corroborates it, for why they called it the Hamas-Israel war. Now, in reality, the people in Gaza, the people in Palestine, obviously they're all, West Bank, which is all of it's Palestine, they're all anti-Israel, or largely anti-Israel, but not all of them are Hamas. Right? There's different bodies, there's the PA, and even within the resistance groups, there's certain resistance groups which are in the terrorist list, but then there are different resistance groups that are even not on the terrorist list. And so when you make that claim, it's basically fake news. Even you saw a Zionist a week ago saying there's people in Gaza that are protesting against Hamas. But if you're making that argument, you're clearly also demonstrating that not everybody supports Hamas, and basically the people in Gaza are not a monolith. So therefore, when you're murdering them, when you're bombing them, when you're killing them, you're clearly bombing and killing people who aren't Hamas. Yep. And by the way, everyone in Gaza is innocent, generally speaking, because when you look at this idea of Hamas being a terrorist organization, I reject this entire notion of terrorism, this word terrorism, because what is terrorism? Terrorism is a word that was created by the Zionist lobby to have two dual reasons for it. The first was to apply it to countries. And so what they did was the word terrorism by the United States of America and Britain, based on the control that Israel has, the Zionist lobby, created this word terrorist, not created the word was always there, but colloquially and legally, and in terms of from an application perspective, created it to be applied to whom? Anyone who is Israel's enemy. So if you look at anyone who's considered a terrorist nation, it's basically who's Israel's enemy. So it's Hamas, it's Hezbollah, it's Iran, it's all of these groups who basically Israel deems, or Houthis, anyone who Israel deems as enemy is considered a terrorist. So first of all, I reject that notion that if you're an enemy of Israel or you disagree with Israel, that you're automatically labeled a terrorist. And the second dual reason, and again, a lot of Zionist NGOs in the United States and the United Kingdom intentionally start using the word terrorist against whom? Individuals. But which individuals? Muslims. Because in reality, what happened was, if you look at it, you can have an act where a psychotic individual goes and stabs someone. And if he's a Muslim, they'll call it a terrorist. The exact same incident, if it's done by someone who isn't a Muslim, then he's not considered a Muslim. He's considered like he's got mental health issues or some radical ideology or whatever it may be, but he's not a terrorist. And so when I look at the media, whether it's mainstream media or social media, and they use there's some attack occurred in Europe or in the United States or whatever it may be, I look for the word terrorist. If it's the word terrorist, then I'm like, okay, it's probably going to be a Muslim. And if it isn't, then we know it's not going to be a Muslim.
Or they thought it was until they find out later. They thought it was
exactly
like
the Germany guy.
Yeah.
And so in reality, what you've got is the word terrorist for an individual just means a Muslim guy who committed a crime. And if it's the same crime committed by a not a Muslim, then they don't use the word terrorist. And for a nation, is someone's anti-Israel. So this whole idea of this person's a terrorist, that's the person's a terrorist, is completely ridiculous. I reject its notion completely. And then just coming back onto the Hamas point that you said, I agree with you. I think
if they're going to call Hamas and these other organizations terrorist organizations, the IDF needs to be labeled one too.
Well, if you look at the actions of the IDF and you look at the dictionary term of what a terrorist is, that you're basically attacking a person or people based on a political reason,
absolutely,
to cause fear, then of course the IDF are doing that. But in reality, when you look at it from a political perspective, they don't fit into the real definition, which is, are they the enemy of Israel? Which Israel are the IDF aren't. So therefore, they're
I'm glad I have you here. I wanted to talk about this. I didn't get a chance to talk about this on InfoWars, but I could talk about it here with you. They killed 15 paramedics, like 2 days ago. Can you tell the audience about it? The background. I'm going to update the title because I didn't get a chance to talk about this. How the IDF killed 15 paramedics and try to cover it up. Like, what?
Yeah. So this just happened in the last couple of weeks. And what happened was the IDF basically targeted paramedics. And what's the role of a paramedic? The role of a paramedic is that someone's injured. Your job is to basically take them to hospital to give them, to get them medical treatment, to hopefully try and save their life if they've lost a limb or they've got some kind of injury or whatever it may be. They directly targeted paramedics. But this isn't new, right? Because if you remember, about 12-15 months ago, they targeted the world what is it again? The world
the World Health Workers, the guys that brought in food.
Exactly, they targeted them. I forgot the name of them now, but basically
one was even American, one was Australian. The World Health Workers, basically they brought in a bunch of food. They were chefs.
Exactly. And you're right, one of them was Australian, one of them was American Canadian, two were Brits. Right? So they basically targeted and attacked American workers, British workers, and killed them.
Yeah.
And directly targeted them. And if you look at the America, or if you look at Britain, no one spoke out. And you look at these people who say we're nationalists, or we are basically, we want Britain to be like an autonomous nation or whatever it may be, or we support the military or whatever it may be. When it came, because many of these were ex-military as well, that there was not a word to say about them. So Israel has continuously targeted, as you said, paramedics, has targeted health workers, has targeted people who provide food, has targeted journalists. So everyone knew, and we've just become so used to accepting this, that journalists previously were basically people who were off limits because they were there to present the news and to relay the news to the public, unbiased media, and journalists had there was this kind of understanding that the journalists need to be able to report the news, and yet they've killed over 200 journalists, targeted them specifically. And this is why it's highly problematic, because they've killed so many journalists from Al Jazeera, and Al Jazeera is a Qatari basically linked company, and yet Qatar are basically with Israel are doing joint military
Last week, their air forces were last week. Their air forces were flying together, dude. We're looking at war right now, man. It's not good.
It's highly concerning because in reality, like I think you were a major supporter of Trump. I know you still are. I wanted Trump to win and before the election, but the two main reasons were because of being anti-war.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the Russia-Ukraine
why I
war
voted
has
for him
not
too.
subsided. You're seeing him bomb and kill the Houthis just like Biden did. I find it hilarious on MAGA like, oh, Trump's doing something Biden didn't do. He's bombing the Houthis. No, like Biden did that. Biden bombed Yemen many a times. And so Trump's not doing anything unique. He's just that.
He just
Sorry?
wasn't. No, he just wasn't successful. Biden, when he bombed
Well,
the Houthis.
I mean, he was, but they have the same level of success. Like, they bombed certain targets, they destroyed those targets, and yet the Houthis continued on because America cannot go on the ground against the Houthis.
Yeah.
They supported the war against the Yemeni Houthis, the Yemenis, for 10, 15 years with Saudi, and they failed.
Yes. There,
And
they killed
so-
them bad, yeah.
Exactly. So they're not able to do that. And so they can only bomb from the air. Biden did that. Trump did that. There's not, and the Houthis continue. The Houthis continued after the previous attack, and the Houthis will continue even after this because the Houthis' target is Israel. And just the fact that America is bombing. And by the way, remember that release, the Signal Gate release?
Yes, with Pete Hegseth and them, yep.
Yeah. The vice president of the United States was having a conversation, and he literally admitted himself that bombing the Yemeni Houthis does not benefit the United States of America.
Yeah, because they said which countries would get the best economic because the ship lanes, right? Because they're tired of them pirating all the stuff. Yeah, Hegseth and JD Vance were talking about these are the countries that are going to benefit the most from this bombing attack.
And they said we don't benefit. We only 3% of the trade that comes through those shipping lanes go to the United States, and the vast majority it's either Europe, Israel, and various other countries that benefit from it. So in reality, that demonstrates that even those actions weren't America first. And obviously, the other point about Trump is obviously his anti-free speech.
Yeah, with the anti-Semitism stuff. And it's funny because on day one, he signed a free speech thing for social media companies not to collude with the government. But then he signs this thing for anti-Semitism with visa holders or people that aren't American citizens, which again, I think is, they can easily change that and turn that into American citizens. So everyone needs to really look at that and say that this is a problem because that could potentially be upgraded towards American citizens. And yeah, man, very, very
Not
bad.
could be, it will be, right? So you mentioned Mohammed Khalil. Mohammed Khalil was a green card holder. He's married to an American citizen.
Yep.
And his child, who's basically his wife's 8 months pregnant, so his child will be an American citizen. But in addition to that, what you're saying is completely right. Because in America, you had something called the Terrorism Act. You guys had the Patriot Act, right?
Yep.
And the Patriot Act, after September the 11th, was sold to the public that we, as Americans, for your safety, need to spy on these terrorists in the United States. There's going to be all these terrorist cells operating throughout the United States, and therefore we need to spy to find out who they were because we cannot have another attack like that. And they manufactured consent against from the citizens of the United States of America out of fear of their safety. And then what did they do with that surveillance? They directed it against the Americans. And if you look at the vast majority, actually nearly all the surveillance that's happened through the Patriot Act, which retroactively was approved by Bush because Bush approved it and then got a permission many years later, was against U.S. citizens. And so they've been spying on U.S. citizens based on the Patriot Act. So if you look at this, the way they've gone for people who are visa holders and green card holders, they definitely will be targeting U.S. citizens afterwards.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the move. They want an unimpeded war to get Iran out because they got the kill shot now. Like Iran is in the weakest position it's ever been. The axis of resistance has been disrupted, so they have a real shot at taking down Iran, and they're going to stop at nothing. They've been trying to do this for 20 years. I
don't think they're in a good position to attack Iran because if you look at Iran's move and you understand that, for example, Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran in terms of Hezbollah is there by the support of Iran, and you look at, for example, the deal that Hezbollah did, which made it didn't make sense, right? Because
The
Hezbollah
ceasefire?
were dominating on the ground,
Yeah.
and therefore it was only in the Israeli benefit to have that ceasefire.
Well, yeah, why the hell did they? I did wonder that because that ceasefire led directly to Syria being destabilized because the rebels went in and into Aleppo like a day or two later.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think. Well, I don't think it contributed towards it because remember, it would have been probably even easier for the rebels to go in because Hezbollah would have been engaged with Israel.
Yeah.
But I think because of what happened there, the Hezbollah army was significantly harmed, battle tired because it happened, impacted by war, and then they went in. And so if it continued, obviously they still would have went in. But in terms of the logical reason for why the ceasefire from a Hezbollah perspective was agreed, because from the ground they were dominating Israel.
Yeah.
And Israel's continued to bomb them from the air now anyway, and that was the only superiority they had even then.
Okay.
Is that basically Iran wants to consolidate its position, consolidate its resources, and be ready for if Israel does go to direct war. And so if Israel does go for a direct war with Iran, I think it will be World War III because it's not going to be easy to go against Iran.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big country. I mean, what would they have to rely on? They won't be able to invade. The IDF doesn't have that capability. I mean, they're just going to have to just try to use air power with Qatar like they're trying now doing these. Well, would Qatar? Yeah, they probably would. I mean, it just wouldn't be good. It would not. It would be absolutely terrible. And then the thing is that Iran absolutely has capable missiles. They have hypersonic missiles. They have, a very strong ballistic program. They could literally destroy Tel Aviv if they wanted. And they demonstrated that.
And to be honest, that's the reason why if Israel was to go to war, I do think I'm not someone who's a fanatic. Like I don't think Iran will just completely be clear. I think Iran will be significantly harmed, but I believe Israel will be significantly harmed as well. And what will happen is it'll be another war that the US has gone into for Israel, where now you basically again radicalize people who then dislike America. Because this whole thing about where some people in MAGA are like, wait a sec, they don't like America. Listen, they don't not like America. In reality, if you were to speak to many of these Arab nations, many of these Muslim nations, and said, look, America wants to be cool with you, America wants good relations with you, they would love it. They love American pop culture. They love American culture. They basically watch it. They follow. They basically love American food. They love all of American ideals. What they don't like about America is the wars. They don't like the fact that they're being bombed for Israel. Now, some people do understand it's for Israel, but others do not understand it's for Israel, and they think it's America doing it.
Yeah.
So, of course, you're going to get people who dislike America or are radicalized against America. And so America, if you're America first and you care about American safety as well, and you care about America, you would not be fighting these wars for a foreign nation and creating enemies when there's no need to do so. The big evidence of that is that the Gulf nations. The Gulf nations were considered enemies for a very long time, and now America has very good relations with Saudi Arabia, has very good relations with Qatar, has very good relations with the UAE, and so it demonstrates that actually a lot of these nations very much want to be pro-America, but they're not being allowed to do so.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, I've said it a million times. Every terrorist attack we get, if you ever read these guys' manifestos, they always complain about Israeli influence. Osama's letter to America, he complained about our support of Israel, right? So it always comes back to American support of Israel that gets us all these problems in the Middle East, and it really doesn't need to be that way, man. Like we wouldn't have these wars or all these problems or even these terrorist attacks to the degree that we have, and this hatred in the Middle East for us if it wasn't for our support of Israel. It's absolutely ridiculous. Here, let me go ahead. Guys, if you guys got a question for Sulaiman, go ahead and get him in, especially when it comes to the Russell Brand stuff. He's very familiar with the case. I will read some of these real quick. Let's see here. Ian was on Candace today. Yep, he was. I didn't watch the full interview, but I will definitely check it.
It was good.
It was good? Okay. And it's good that, people like Candace Owens and Ian are bringing this awareness to Americans, dude. It's really good.
We support anyone who's basically bringing this type of awareness. We don't care if they're from the left, from the right, whatever it may be. Like, the Zionists are so powerful and so strong that, anyone contributing, even a small amount, is, appreciated.
Yeah, dude. It's especially since it's been such a taboo topic for so long. Myron, look at Trump's last Truth Social page. Yeah, I saw he bombed the Houthis again today. Myron, what do you think about next Florida governor between DeSantis' wife, Byron Daniels, Trump shill, and Matt Gaetz? Matt Gaetz all the way. He doesn't take money from AIPAC. Grand Wizard Man says, it snowed a couple of days ago and I slipped and fell on some black ice. When I got up, my wallet was gone. Okay, bro.
Just on the one that you said about Ron DeSantis, I think it's a very important point. So we're talking about free speech in America dying, right? and you're talking about the fact that Trump's directly attacking free speech. And what that demonstrates is, you know what they say about Muslims? They say like Muslims can't assimilate. But if you look at the United States of America, Muslims have assimilated. If you look at various other places, Muslims have assimilated. It's actually Jewish Zionists who have the inability to assimilate. What they do is dominate. And when they're unable to dominate, they use that domination for people to go against their own ideals and culture. So with the UK, they've made it into a liberal, woke country. In the US, a country that prided itself on free speech.
You guys got anti-Semitism laws already, right? You guys been had them, right?
We actually can still like deny the Holocaust, and we can basically speak out against Zionism, and legally we're allowed to speak out against Zionism because there was a court case that was won by David Miller recently. But in terms of Judaism or Jewish people, of course you can't, because that's anti-Semitic.
Wow. Yeah.
So basically, if you were to be
illegal to talk about the Holocaust, right? It's you said it's illegal to question it over there in the UK.
No, you're allowed.
Oh, you are allowed. Oh shit. Okay, I thought it was legal in the UK. Okay.
Now it's Germany. It's mainland Europe that it's illegal.
Okay, so UK is the only place that you can even maybe have the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, you can have a conversation about the numbers or even the denial. But in the UK, you can't basically attack Jewish people because that is illegal. It's anti-Semitic. But Zionism you can attack. Well, that's legal.
Okay. Well, obviously not physically attack, but like you could criticize.
Yeah, criticize in terms of like from an ideological perspective. Yeah. And because Zionism is an ideology.
Yeah.
And so coming back to it, so you see in physically Jewish Zionists destroying America with the First Amendment. Now, Ron DeSantis is a million times worse, right? So if you remember Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, even a few years ago,
Zionist lobby owns him.
Sorry?
I said the Zionist lobby owns Ron DeSantis very bad. That's why a lot of people lost respect for him. His donors control him.
Yeah, 100%. Ron DeSantis is known as a guy that he will literally sell out for whoever gives him the highest pay. And the Jewish Zionists are a big contributor towards him. And if you look at his own, he in Florida signed anti-free speech laws that if you attack Judaism, again, it's against law. And he went to Israel to sign that.
Yeah.
This was a few years back.
Yeah, he did.
So Ron DeSantis is much worse. Now, Brian, his competitor,
Byron,
who has been endorsed by Trump, again, he is very much controlled by the Zionists. If you, his wife, I looked into her and I couldn't find as much information about her. I mean, when I looked at her picture, I know this sounds thingy, but she does look Jewish. But again, there's not enough information out there. So again, both options, in my view, are like very similar.
Yeah.
From a free speech perspective and from a Zionist perspective.
Yeah, Florida is run by them, dude. Miriam Adelson, all that, like South Florida, New York, and LA. It's run by them.
Bro, I came to Miami Beach and you guys literally had the video up of like the
yeah.
I was shook.
They
like,
run
you
Miami
literally had
Beach.
the video of the hostages, like full on Israeli propaganda on like massive screens in Miami Beach. I was like, what is going on here?
Bro, they run Miami Beach, dude. They run Miami Beach. It's crazy. Hey, Myron, I'm not sure if you're going to cover this, but what about the tariffs impact on the economy? I talked about it earlier in the show. Go back and watch it literally in the first 5 or 10 minutes. She built like the fat vampire from the first Blade movie. Okay. Let me see here if there's anything for you, Sulaiman. No. Okay. I think we're pretty much caught up. Oh, Colin Harper says, it's my first time contributing love to your stuff. I appreciate that, Colin. It's crazy, and I was locked up in LaSalle last year. They have a contract with Harris County. I listened to my son be born on the phone. Now I'm working 50 hours weeks and house for my news family. Congratulations, bro. LaSalle County, dude. I'm very familiar with LaSalle County, dude. Catula, man. I know exactly where that is, bro. I used to go there all the time, LaSalle County. Ain't nothing there. But yeah, anything. And then a couple guys here telling me W. Sulaiman, Bobby Trauma, and then they said, yo, Myron, do not go to the UK. Yeah, bro. I think going to UK is bad. I'm going to listen to Sulaiman on this one. Even though I'd love to go over there and hang out with you, but yeah, I'll probably end up going to jail. And then I can't get out, right? I probably wouldn't be able to get bond.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be a flight risk, right? Because they think that you're going to go back to the US.
Yeah, I'd be stuck in jail. Oh, man. Man, it'd be great for publicity, but yeah, I'd be stuck there for a minute. So that would
it'd be worth it if you were allowed to go back because you would blow up, isn't it? But
yeah.
It's just that it's not worth like being in a UK prison or being. And the thing about UK is they're very much, as I said, a very liberal country.
Yeah.
They're a very left wing country, and therefore, like even from from that perspective, it's not great.
Yeah. I had a comment on the video of the kid being stabbed with his twin being there. The attacker should have finished off the other brother so you get the set. What? All right, bro. This nigga, bro. I disagree with that. But anyway, okay. So I think we're gonna have after hours, guys, later tonight. Sulaiman, you have anything else you want to tell the people or whatever? And I think I'll probably close out here soon.
No. Thanks for having me on. I think we talked about.
No, it's always good, and I'm glad you're able to bring your expertise with the whole Russell Brand stuff, because I did not know about these girls. I didn't know. I knew that they were obviously trying to attack him because he was questioning things and he was starting to get a little too warm to the source. But it's interesting that none of this stuff came out when he was a wokie, when he was doing drugs, when he was on movies, when he was doing all the crazy stuff. Nobody cared. But now, wait, you're questioning COVID? You support Trump? Nah, bro, we got to bring you in.
Well, this is the thing, actually. There's an important point from that. So he wasn't supporting Trump when these allegations came out. He was, as you said, he was anti-war.
Yeah.
And he was anti-COVID. And so that's when his allegations came out. So when I wrote that, I literally said that because he's anti-establishment. Right. This is why
he was at Mar-a-Lago like a month ago when I was there. He was there.
Exactly. So after these allegations came out, he became pro-Trump. He became a bit more Zionist. He became Christian. And so
strategic move.
Sorry?
You think it's a strategic move?
Oh, 100%. It was definitely a strategic move. But then the point comes that, did he actually did he sell out? Was he bought? Because then he's like doing videos with Rabbi Shmuley and these type of things. And remember, this is the guy who's anti-establishment, anti-corporations, anti-power. Like, if you look at his book, Revolution, it is golden. And yet, if you look at a lot of his ideals and positions now, he was like supporting Israel a bit more. He was, and as you said, he's become pro-Trump now, he's become pro-MAGA. I think he did that so he gets support for if he was arrested. And if you look at it, many of the MAGA people have come out and supported him. So I do think that it was a tactical move with the possibility that he sold out as well.
So, what are your honest thoughts here with Sulaiman? You think it's all bullshit, all of it, completely?
Well, the ones I've looked at, I do think it is.
Yeah.
Now, we need to look at the other allegations, and hopefully we're able to get the information properly on it and we can analyze it. I don't just, this is the thing, people think that we're supporting these guys automatically, but the issue is this, and this is very important. They always make this argument that, look, only 2% of rape cases are prosecuted. But in reality, it's because there's so many false allegations. There's so many false allegations against men to destroy their lives that, of course, there's a huge amount of failures. And actually, you talk about 2% being prosecuted, but how many of them were based on fake news? How many of them were prosecuted incorrectly? Harvey Weinstein, as an example,
yeah.
Right? Harvey Weinstein, sorry?
I know, I think the charges against him are bullshit.
Well, this is interesting, right? Because obviously, again, I don't like Harvey Weinstein. He's pro-Israel. He's a Zionist, whatever it may be. And I wasn't on social media when those allegations came out.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
And so, but when I read it, I thought, wait a sec, he's in a relationship with all these women. I don't get it. He's in a relationship with all these women. All these women want to go back and have a relationship with him afterwards, right? It's highly questionable about it. Now, what happened is Candace Owens just did a video, I haven't seen her video, but it does sound like that she basically is trying to say that he's innocent. And so, and obviously Candace Owens is probably one of the only people who would get away with it because she's a black woman who's basically exposing what happened. I would say she's one of the few people who can get away with this. If we, even at that time, were to come out, it would have been complete cancellation. And I was on social media anyway.
We would deal with a lot more scrutiny, yeah, way more.
Yeah, of course, we would have been under a huge amount of scrutiny. And so when you're looking at these allegations, generally speaking, whenever it's a celebrity, and actually on this same, on the thread that I accidentally sent to you, the amount of celebrities and basically wealthy men who've been accused of basically rape, and in reality they're innocent, is significant. And the thread I actually sent you previously, I listed so many. And so when you look at the risk that men are under, it's highly concerning. And if this is happening to celebrities, and remember, these are only the celebrities it's happening to where the deep state or those in power, you got deep state, whoever it may be, the Zionists, whoever it may be, or the feminists in reality who want to go after, they're the men. Because actually there's a huge amount of celebrities who pay out. right? So if Russell Brand had paid this Alicia chick out,
good point,
he wouldn't have had this issue.
Yeah.
And if you like, you'll know this, right? But a large number of celebrities, what they do is they have a pot of money that they pay out even when they're innocent, because they know that the allegation is probably worse than actually doing anything wrong. So you'll be innocent and you'll pay out. So this is the level of society that we're living in. And so, yeah, I automatically question anything that comes out from the media, especially when it comes to these type of things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually crazy that you're like, if he had maybe paid this money a couple years back, might not be dealing with this bullshit, man. And that's kind of, that's the scary part about being a guy, especially when you reach like A-list celebrity status like he did, right? Where you're like, and you're on drugs all the time and you're smashing all these girls. Dude, fuck it. He probably doesn't even remember half this stuff, you know, because he was always drunk or high or on drugs. Like, it just, yeah.
Well, he was lauded and promoted. So in mainstream media in the UK, I mentioned it earlier in the thing, he was called, like, he was given the award for 3 years for being Shagger of the Year. Like, Shagger means basically, in the UK, means someone who was like sex, basically. So he was given that for 3 years. So they loved his kind of woke, liberal, sexual behavior. But it's only when he kind of reformed and became a lot more spiritual, this is before he became Christian, and was all about like love and fighting against the establishment of corporations, that they basically went and took him out.
Shit, man. Well, either way, man. Sulaiman, it's always great to have you on the show, man. Thank you so much for coming in and adding your expertise with this Russell Brand stuff and giving us an insight into UK law and from preventing me from going to a UK jail. So I always appreciate it, man.
You don't want to be there. None of us do.
Yeah, dude. So, but thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I was able to, contact you and ask you some questions on that. But guys, I will be live with some lovely ladies for After Hours tonight, probably within the next hour or so. Yeah, Sulaiman, where can the people find you, bro?
Yeah, you can find me on X. My X handle is Sheikh Sulaiman, SHAYKH SULAIMAN. And then on YouTube, it's Sulaiman Unfiltered. But I'm not doing my show at the moment, but hopefully I'll get back onto it in a few months.
All right, awesome. And we could do a Twitter space later tonight or something if you want.
Yeah, I don't mind. We could do it on the Russell Brand thing. I think it's a big topic on social media.
All
Be awesome.
All right, let me know and we'll make it happen, man. But all right, thank you so much for coming on, Sulaiman. I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, brother. Peace.
Bye-bye.
All right, so give me 1 sec, chat. I will turn my camera back on. W. Sulaiman, always good having him on. Let's see here. Boom. All right. So, all right, ninjas. So what time is it right now? It is 9 p.m. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to go over to, I think Mo is here. Let me see what the hell's going on here. What time we think we're going to start this show up. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. All right, ninjas. I think we're going to start somewhere around 10:30 or 11, chat. We're still waiting on the bum to give us an answer, a.k.a. Chris. Myron, what little time do you find to work out with the streaming schedule you have? Also, odd request, but could you show us how you take your notes on the after-hour shows? Yeah, I guess I could. I don't have my notebook here with me, but I could do it on the next stream that I do with you guys. And then as far as my workout schedule, bro, I just get it done, man. Like, you know, sometimes I'll go at early in the morning and then go to sleep. Or other times I'll do it in between, like I'll do regular after, do the regular fresh fit, and then I'll go to the gym, and then I'll come back and do after hours. So, you know, I just find a way to, you know, get it done somehow. What else do we got here? Shout out to Cash says, "Do not go to UK, me fur." I probably won't, bro. I probably won't. Like a bunch of people told me that I'll probably get in trouble going over there. Known Billy has a comment for Sulaiman here. Well, guys, Sulaiman's not Indian. He's actually Pakistani. Very different. Very, very different. As a matter of fact, they are top ops. Bro, they are top ops. So not the same whatsoever. So yeah. But no, I think, guys, I think I'm going to hop off now. We'll be going now maybe, unless there's anything. Was there something else I needed to cover with you ninjas? I'm trying to think if I missed anything else here that I was supposed to show you ninjas on X or something like that. Let me see here. Oh, I didn't get to talk about Ashley St. Clair. That's what it was that I wanted to talk about. Let me pull this up. That's what it was. Okay. We'll cover this and then we'll close out the stream. My bad, ninjas. All right. So we talked about that. Bam. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into this. Laura Loomer broke this down a couple days ago. Gold digger professional gaslighter Ashley St. Clair was caught on camera outside of her ritzy Manhattan condo paid for by her sugar daddy Elon Musk, selling her $100,000 Tesla she said was gifted to her by Elon Musk during their romantic relationship. She said she's selling it to make up for $100,000 in alleged cuts to her child support payments from Elon. She took a jab at Elon Musk, telling people to check out to check the Tesla stock, adding, "I'm not the only one cleaning up after Elon's messes." Ashley, as I reported, was hired anti-Trump lawyers to sue Elon Musk. He was ordered by the court to take a paternity test. Wild stuff. And also, on top of that, guys, just so you know, Milo was exposing her for being a 304. And I've been telling y'all about these TradCon chicks, bro. They're all 304s a lot of the times. They be capping, man. And then there was something else I wanted to tell you guys. Interestingly enough, Laura Loomer also got like a bunch of people in Trump's camp fired who were being leaking information to the liberal press. So, hey man, they need to get her a job at the White House, bro. I know some of y'all don't like Laura Loomer, but one thing you can't take away from her, she's fiercely fucking loyal, bro. She has been a Trump supporter since the beginning, dude. Since the beginning. And she could have literally backstabbed him so many times, but she never did. Even when he didn't give her a job and they blackballed her, all that shit, man. So she's still over here looking out for Trump, and she helped him get rid of a bunch of aides that were leaking information. So, yeah.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
She's 100% selling this shit out of pettiness. Like, fuck Elon, fuck Tesla, so she's selling it, like, out of pettiness. She doesn't need the money, Chad.
February 13th?
Mind you, she was working for the Babylon Bee, and she was making like 20 to 25K a month on X alone. She was showing her fucking payouts, and this bitch is retarded. So, hey, man.
But he's just not responding to you at all. And how would you characterize the way that he's going about?
You can check the stock.
Oh yeah, in case you were wondering, by the way, every single time, chat, every single time, man.
I'm not the only one.
We won't get you on that. We're not going to get you.
So she goes ahead and has this thing, right? Now, check this out. Elon Musk actually responds under this, man. Holy. And he goes, I don't know if the child is mine or not, but I'm not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I've given Ashley $2.5 million and sending her $500,000 a year. Bro, she's getting all that money and still complaining. And then Laura says, sue for full custody. Everybody can see she is not being honest. Very generous of you to give her that much money after how disrespectful she's been to you. She has embarrassed the fuck out this nigga. I ain't gonna lie. But at the same time, like, bro, Elon is messy. Like, bro, just respond to her text, bro. If you would just respond to her text, you wouldn't be going through this shit. Shut your face, Laura Loomer. That's too far. No mother should ever have the care of their children remove their thread on them, period. Let alone also, especially by another women. She couldn't even spell this shit correctly. Whatever, bro. They're going in a whole fucking women arguing with each other on X. Who gives a shit? But the point you guys are trying to, the point is,
I'm selling it because
this nigga said, I don't even know if the child is mine or not. Bro, come on, man. This cap, you know the kid is yours, bro. You know the kid is yours. You took a picture with her after and everything else like that. And she actually responded. Let me see if I can find this shit. So here she is St. Clair, right? Here's her profile. She did the whole New York Times piece of shit. And she goes, Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child, who you named, was even born. You refused. And you weren't sending me money. You were sending me support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience. I mean, bro, you did go to the New York Times to do like a full-on fucking hit piece. Like, come on, man. Like, bro. Like, you embarrassed the fuck out of him on X. You did a whole thing on the New York Times on Valentine's Day. Like, you made this a whole big commotion. Like, yeah, bro. So, yeah. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try to gag me while you social media channel you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and our child to the entire world. It's all about control with you and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child. And then she this was from her post before on the 14th, and she put this dumbass message out. Bro, she's acting like a kid too, though. Like, come on, dude. Like, she's acting like a kid too. So, yeah. Anyway, but they're both L's, bro, if I'm gonna be honest. Because the thing with Elon Musk is he's very unlikable. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I think, you know, he is very unlikable. He does, like, really stupid shit. But at the same time, like, bro, you baby trap this guy and then you embarrass him with the New York Post. So what do you expect? Of course he's gonna cook you. And he gave you $2.5 million. Like, bruh, shut the fuck up and just, like, be patient. If he gave you all that money, like, shut up. Like, that's crazy. 2.5 M is still talking? That's wild. But anyway, yeah. And then Laura's been, like, roasting her, like, all week and shit. This is just one post she made of her. Like, she made another one. Let me see if I can find it here, bro. She made another one that's, like, funny. She called her Cashley St. Clair, bro. Like, let me see here. Look at this. I have uncovered a tweet posted by Ashley St. Clair on August 11, 21, in which she replied to a story about a professional athlete having to pay a woman he had sex with $200,000 a month in child support. Ashley said, no child costs $200K a month to raise. Meanwhile, yesterday, Cashley told Josh C. Boswell of the Daily Mail that she needed to sell her $100,000 Tesla gifted to her by Elon Musk, who has already given her $3 million, while not knowing if the baby is even his. Cashley, why do you need more money from Elon Musk? He said he would give you $500 per year. You said yourself that $200K a month is not needed to raise a kid. Elon is giving you $3 million. $3 million divided by 12 is $250,000. Hopefully Elon Musk can use your statements against you in court. Your words, not his. And then she actually put this shit up. And you guys remember, this is when dumbass, what's her name? What the fuck is this bitch's name again? She converted to Islam. Bro, see, that's how irrelevant these OnlyFans stats be. PJ Washington forced to pay $200K a month as child support. Ex-wife secretly filed for divorce 2 months after giving birth. This is, what's her name, chat? What's the girl's name? She's like covering her hair up now. Brittany Renner. Thank you. Bro, I be forgetting these hoes. Yes, Brittany Renner. So, because Ashley St. Clair said this, right? And I remember when we responded to this, and she goes, I just archived the tweet link of her tweet for when Cashley inevitably tries to delete this tweet, bro. She called her fucking Cashley, bro. Oh, man. Media Right News. He said, bro, you should get paid for this shit. Damn, Ashley again. Yeah, yo, man. Laura's cooking her, bro. But anyway, that shit is funny. Yeah, Milo's calling her Smashly. Laura calling her Cashley. And then this is crazy. Because, yeah, that's true. $3 million but divided by 12 is $250K. And she's over complaining, saying no kid costs $200K a month to raise. So she did kind of use her own words against her. But, yeah, man, shit is wild. Let's see here. Let me see if I missed any chats from you guys. Pablo says, hey, Myron, would you take the whooping cough vaccine for when someone's around you has a baby? I don't trust vaccines anymore since COVID, and I don't know if I should take it or not. Yeah, bro, I don't trust vaccines, man. WD brief from Nathan says, she's just mad that she's not the main chick. That's why she's acting like a high school girl when being dumped by the popular guy. Selling Tesla out of spite and trying to talk shit about Elon because he is more a spotlight now with Trump. Facts. Yep. She should have just shut up. I didn't know he gave her that much money. She should have just shut up and just been patient, bro. Shut up. Be patient. You'll get a chance to talk to him. So, but yeah, man, she's pissed. And she had to do that shit on Valentine's Day, too. That tells you the pettiness. She had to do that shit on Valentine's Day, bro. Now, he ain't going to ban her. If he bans her, it's going to look bad. Because Elon Musk already got cooked for the old H-1B visa bullshit. So he ain't going to ban her, bro. Like, that H-1B visa shit made him look very bad. So, yeah. Guys, we're at 2,300 likes. 2,400 you guys watching. So, guys, do me a favor. Like the video, man. You know, I'm tired, bro, but I still came in, did a stream for you guys. 4 hours. We're going to give you guys after hours after. So, I'm going to rest a little bit, guys. Maybe eat some, because I am really, really tired. Just jumped off the plane and got on air. The reason David gets banned by every mod... Okay, the reason David gets banned by every mod is because he writes in your chat. Okay. Does he do that shit? Yeah, bro. If you're doing that shit, nigga, then yeah, you need to get banned. I didn't know that. There's always got to be some... Yeah, I see it right here saying graping women is good. Yeah, nigga. You're bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, this David Nero nigga is a weirdo, bro. Yeah, bro. Yo, if you keep doing that, I'm be honest with you, bro. Graping or like talking about minors, bro, you're gonna get banned, nigga. This is gonna be your first and last fucking warning, bro. This is gonna be your first and last warning. No, don't ban them yet, guys. Don't ban them yet. So, David, I'm telling you personally, all right? Look at me, nigga. You fucking weirdo. If you talk about graping people, anybody, men, women, I don't give a fuck, or you talk about anything with, you know, the M's, you're going to get fucking banned. This is the first and last time I'm going to warn you on this shit. You're going to get this one warning. Most people just ban your dumbass. But I'm going to give you the courtesy of giving you a warning. Do not talk about that shit in my chat. You fucking weirdo. All right? I'm all for free speech. You want to criticize me. You want to talk shit about me. make fun of Fresh, make fun of the podcast, make fun of Mo, make fun of Bills. Fine, I'm cool with that. But you're not gonna fucking come in here and talk about committing violent acts against people or fucking anything with minors, bro. Are you fucking crazy? You're gonna get banned, nigga. That's the last time, first and last warning I'm gonna give you. If it happens again, the mods, you have my full authority, ban that nigga to hell. You're literally gonna get thrown in the shadow realm, nigga. So, go ahead. You wanna be a tough guy? You wanna try again? No, I'm literally just trolling. No, nigga, don't troll like that. Those are two things you're not gonna troll about. You're not gonna troll about that shit. It's freedom of speech, not freedom of being a fucking retard, which is what you're doing right now. I'm just trolling. And you're lucky I'm even giving you this courtesy. And this goes for anybody, by the way. If y'all talk about anything with like raping or minors, you're cooked, bro. You're getting banned. Niggas forget what I used to do for work? Fucking dumbass. So that's the first and last time. That goes to you. And then anybody else that does that shit, it's an automatic ban. All right? So, David, there's your warning, bro. Don't do that shit again. You're lucky I'm even talking to you, addressing you, and giving you this attention and giving you this warning because I respect my chatters. I fuck with y'all. So that's why I'm giving you this courtesy and this warning. But don't do that shit again, bro. First and last time. All right. What else do we got here? Where can we watch it with? Owen, is it on X? So guys, if you guys want to watch my tweets with, my InfoWars shows with the guys, I actually went ahead and posted it on my X. So you just go on my X, right? Oh yeah, I was roasting Megyn Kelly earlier, bro. Okay, this is the last thing. Then see, I always say I'm gonna get off stream, and then
I talk to young conservative women all the.
Look at this shit, bro.
Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about this.
And she goes, they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. This is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because how did we get to the point where we're now telling young conservative amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work? So let's go ahead and see what Megyn Kelly has to say about
their
this.
lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives. And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. And this is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work. If they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing and get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right, because the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women who, and there's nothing to apologize for here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids, or can't. They just weren't able to meet somebody and definitely don't need to be shamed over it.
See, and here's the problem, right? And I actually responded to this with Megyn Kelly when she said this shit. And guys, what I'm going to do is I'm actually making a thread for you guys right now where I'm going to attach all the interviews on InfoWars to this. So give me 1 second. I'm going to respond to this Megyn Kelly thing right now for you guys. I'm literally going to make this for you guys because I know a couple of you guys have asked me now for these interviews. So I got y'all ninjas right now. I'm literally just going to put copy link. Boom. So this one, bear with me, guys. which a lot of you guys were tuning in to the interviews. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed them. You know, makes me very happy. I was able to kind of let loose on there too, which is always fun because, okay, Owen. Hold on, ninjas. Getting them off for you guys right now. It was great sitting down with Alex Jones, the legend. Bam. And then Harrison. I have it here somewhere. And then I did Harrison this morning. That was a good interview too. We went into the Red Pill on Harrison's show. So. And they let me be me. They didn't like censor me or anything like that, which is always, you know, a refreshing change. Because as you guys know, people are always terrified of me fucking saying the shit that I say. So the fact that I was able to be myself, you know, much respect to them letting me do that. Okay, bam. All right. See below. Links below. Bam. All right. All right. Okay. Let's get into this Megyn Kelly thing, right? So she's over here complaining and saying that, you know, women should be able to work and they shouldn't have a problem. A working woman, a lot of young men don't want to marry a working woman. And this is the issue, right? Because people like Megyn Kelly and a lot of these, like, you know, conservative political commentators that are females, let's just call a spade, man. A lot of them are feminists. They'll sit there and say they're conservatives or I'm a traditional conservative woman. No, you're not. You're a fucking feminist, man. And the reality is the reason why you're a feminist is because you're in a workplace, you're giving your opinion all the time, and quite frankly, men don't give a shit about this stuff. We really don't, right? So when Megyn Kelly says something like, oh, it's not fair that young men don't want to date working women that are also conservative, that's like me complaining and saying, well, you know what? It's fucked up that women don't want to date me because I want to get manicures all the time and be metrosexual. There's a lot of women out there, right, that would disqualify me for any type of relationship or dating me if I was too metrosexual, right? Too feminine, I get my nails done too much, I care too much about my shoes, I'm a bit too self-absorbed. You know, I'm on some Ashton Hall type shit. I'm dunking my face in water, ice bowls and shit, but rubbing banana peels on my face. Like, a lot of women will find that as weird and suspect. Right? And they wouldn't want to take me seriously. And that's fine because I'm behaving like a fucking woman. So they're not going to be attracted to that because I am behaving just like them. And most women that are rationally sound and not weirdos, well, not rationally sound, but most women that are like heterosexual, healthy females want a masculine man. And a guy rubbing banana peels on their face is fucking weird to most women, okay? Now, with that said, if a woman could go ahead and want to deny me, right, because I'm like sus with my fucking banana peels and shit like that. Like, a man should be able to want to deny a woman that behaves like a fucking dude. Like, guys don't want to have to go to work, come home, and then their wife tell them, oh yeah, can you take out the trash? Or, oh, sorry, I'm not cooking because, you know, I'm tired. Or, oh, sorry, can't do it tonight, babe, I'm tired. Like, guys don't want to date themselves. And the problem with women is they think that it's okay to behave like a man and then expect a man to want you. That's not how this works. Like, if I behaved like a woman or I had feminine traits and women didn't want to be with me, like, I would be sitting like scratching my head like, man, this is fucked up. Or get on a fucking podcast and complain and say, damn, bro, these women don't want me. Just what? Are they jealous? Because I get my manicures all the time and my feet look good? Like, no. They would look at me like I'm an idiot. They'd be like, bruh, like, you're sus. Like, everyone tell me, yeah, you're sus. That's why they don't want to fucking be with you. And I would have to accept that. But women, for some odd reason, don't want to accept that dudes don't want to date themselves. Like, they think it's completely appropriate to act like a man, behave like a man, work like a man, give their opinions like a man, and then expect a man to accept that shit. But if it was the other way around, They would never accept us. Bro, these bitches get mad if you don't even pay on a first date. Like, these women will literally get mad and not want to see you again, right? If you don't pay on a first date a lot of the times, right? Typically, the hotter the girl, the less tolerance she has for you not paying on a first date. And I don't have a problem with that. You want to know why? Because it is a masculine thing to do where you get a girl to go on a date with you. Like, yeah, you should pay for the full date. And typically, the more attractive the woman is, the more feminine she is, the less likely she's going to be tolerating your fuckery of you saying, let's go half and half. Because that's not a masculine trait. However, with that said, a man that's very masculine is not going to want a bitch giving her opinions and working all the time and saying, I'm tired, or talking about her career. We don't care. We don't care. But for some odd reason, we need to care about a woman's career. But no one cares about our wants, ever. And that's my point. Women are totally okay with rejecting us, not tolerating us being sus, not tolerating us adhering to our masculinity. But if they don't want to adhere to their feminine roles, we're supposed to accept that shit. No, bro, that's not how this goes. And then you got idiots like Megyn Kelly brainwashing conservative women. Let me tell you, bitches, what Megyn Kelly isn't going to tell you. The more successful you become, the more opinionated you become, the more you think that you could be like a man, the less likely you're going to be able to attract a man that you want. More than likely, you're going to get some egalitarian weirdo simp that thinks that it's okay and it's a turn on for his woman to talk back to him. Men that are inherently masculine, men that are inherently dominant, guys that are assertive, guys that you actually want, that you're attracted and aroused by, they don't want bitches talking back to them. Ta-da! You're fucking welcome. Because Megyn Kelly's dumbass is not going to tell you this. She's not. Okay? You want to know why? Because she's a stupid feminist herself, and I guarantee you, her man is probably a cuck, and she runs circles around him. She's the boss in her shit. Because I'll tell you this, any woman that's sitting there on a conservative talk show, giving her opinion all the time, is going to be fucking masculine. I know that for a fact. And that is insufferable. All right? She probably wears the pants in her relationship, as like many of these fucking conservative women do, where they try to sit there and say that they're traditional conservative. No, they're not, bro. 9 out of 10 times, they're masculine as fuck, their man is being cucked, and they just cosplay as a tradcon. Young women that are attractive, you got to deal with the cold hard truth. You want to be successful and have a career, you're going to have to make a constellation. A lot of the times, that means you're not going to get your first choice. You're going to have to concede on a lot of the things that you want. Sorry. Some fucking 19-year-old Colombian bitch that has no skills, no job, is going to be more attractive and be able to pick up the guy that you actually want. And that's the reality that we don't tell women. You can't have it all. You really can't fucking have it all. That's a fucking lie that Sheryl Sandberg, Chelsea Handler, and Gloria Steinem told you, and we know where the fuck they're from. So look, you want to lie? You want to fucking believe the menorah lies? Cool. That's on you. But I'm telling you hoes what the fuck it really is. Pick one. You want your dream man? You're going to have to give up your dream career. You want your dream career? You're going to have to give up your dream man. You're not going to get both, bro. You're really not going to get both. You're really not. Okay? It's fucking crazy that I have to be the one to say this shit because idiots like Megyn Kelly don't fucking get it. Guys that have their shit together, that have money, that have options, are not going to sit there and want a working woman, Megyn Kelly. Not all of us are cucks like your fucking husband. I can't even imagine being married to this woman, her giving her opinion all the time. Bro, what the fuck? Hardly. Bro. Like, men really don't give a fuck or want to hear female opinions all day. Dude, you guys think I want to do after hours and listen to these bitches talk? No. Hell no, they're stupid. They're retarded. Their opinions don't matter. They live life on easy mode. Who cares what they think? I do it for you niggas. I truly do it for you niggas, bro. Some idiot said flying carpet music. Nigga, you must be new here. Nigga said flying carpet music. Bruh. Oh, man. You really must be new here, nigga. But anyway, with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Megyn Kelly's a dumbass. As many of these conservative, female conservative political commentators are idiots. A lot of them are feminist undercover, bro, to be honest with y'all. And that's really it, man. Let me make sure I don't have any other chats here. Cool. The switch to political commentary was a phenomenal decision. The show's improving leaps and bounds every week. Thanks for the great commentary. I got you, man. Bro, we are going high quality here, man. We're recording this shit in 4K, 2160 on fucking YouTube, 1080p at a high level on Rumble. We got good-ass cameras. Shout out to TPC Films helping me out with this stuff, right? With the different angles, right? Giving you guys that cinematic feel. That's my whole goal here, is to make this shit as cinematic as possible so you guys get all the different fucking angles, because we be cooking on this shit. Dude, I'm telling you, we're going to make this shit the #1 political commentary show on YouTube, assuming I don't get canceled for, you know, talking about them niggas. I'm glad, though, that someone said carpet music. So that means that it's still an insider thing. The real ninjas know where that comes from. But, yeah, appreciate that catch. Mark Hughes says, more respond to Elon Musk saying to come on our show for the paternity test. That's funny. Emac James, random thought, Myron. When Candace came back to the pod, can you have Brett Cooper come in on the same day as Candace so they could talk to the girls on After Hours, a regular FNF? I don't know if Candace, wait, who? Brett Cooper? Bro, I don't think Brett Cooper will come on our shit, bro. Bro, I don't think, yo, you niggas do you guys not know? Like, yo, some of you guys must be new here. You guys not understand that I'm one of the most controversial YouTubers. Like, do you guys not get this? Niggas are terrified to have me on, bro. Like, or come on my shit. Pause. Like, Candace will come because Candace is brave. Bro, these other conservatives are not going to come on here, bro. Like, happy to get a tune in live for a bit before I work. I'm the female DJ, and I want to thank you for putting out amazing political content my dumb self can understand. All right, got you, Sabrina. Wait, you said you're a DJ? Bro, you better be DJing a fucking sandwich. What the hell? A female DJ? LOL. Where can we watch you with O and X? I just tweeted it right now. Matter of fact, it is right here. I think I just tweeted it. Let me double check here. Bam. Here is the link right here, my friends. You guys want my InfoWars one? Oh, yeah, Josie pinned it for you guys. Bam. Okay, there you go. All my interviews are there for you guys. All right. I think I might need to keep the chat over on this side for you guys when I do a regular cam. But anyway, that's a whole other conversation. What else do we got here? All right, awesome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. We've been going now for 4.5 hours almost. Guys, like the video, man. Especially since I had to cook this chick for a little bit. I'll catch you guys back here on After Hours. Fresh and Fit, go over there. And you guys already know how we're going to do this outro. You guys already know. Come on, man. Come on, man. You guys know what time it is. I want to see a bunch of O/slash in the goddamn chat, all right? The OSS, we're going to be logging out, but we're going to be coming back in about an hour. So I need to see O/slash while we jam out to this shit. I'm activating the fucking, I'm activating the Castle Club chat as well. I want to see that chat fly, all right? Romans in the sky, let's get the chat to fly. An hour and a half or so with some bimbos. Love you guys. Peace.